get legal to come on. Yeah. The TikTok lawyer who was H3 guest once. I don't even know who that refers to. It's like he wants their GoFundMe to reach their goal to try to settle for that amount and other weirdo power things that aren't money, and then run around claiming the three women are scamming their audience. But this is what also I don't think people who are like on like Ethan's side understand, because people keep running into my comments and my replies being like, "Oh, Ethan's gonna take you for all your own. You're gonna be homeless. He's gonna take all of your money or whatever." Like that's not how lawsuits work. Lawsuits don't like inherently stipulate that even if you lose, you have to turn over everything you own to the person who's suing you. Like that's just not a thing, right? So if like even if he goes to court, right, and he litigates it against Frogan, Dems, and Caseytron, he can't take them for all they own. You know, it's that's not a thing, right? And so there may be truth behind the idea that he wants them to settle for the amount in the GoFundmes to not have an arduous legal battle. But like, genuinely, why would they do that when they can just use that money to fight the lawsuit in the first place and then not have to settle for that money? I guess the issue and the problem is that it becomes like a long legal battle, and it may be more. It may be easier to just be like, okay, I want to, it's like the GoFundMe money isn't my money anyway. So sure, I settle for that. You can have the GoFundMe money if I don't have to go through this legal battle. But like, if that's his plan, I don't think it's gonna work. It's my take. You know. But here's the post. Also, make sure that my audio's on.
I feel like if I don't
Loud.
give any attention to this with my platform, it's like then I feel like I'm leaving these people defenseless. He has also admitted multiple times he wants to hurt you financially through them as if you were their legal guardian. No, I know. That's why he keeps saying like, "Oh, socialist, why won't he give these guys money?" Trust me, if I offer support, you won't know about it. Okay?
And so his response to this is basically be like, "Oh yeah, well I am saying that. Why are you not giving them money, Hassan? You better give them money, or I'm gonna sue this other person. I'm gonna sue this other person if you don't give them money." Like, to what end? It doesn't make any sense, right? Even if his idea is like, "Oh, I'm gonna force all these women to settle that so that I get their what's it called? Their GoFundMe money," which is not gonna happen. Like, that sounds the most like Ethan Klein. He wants Hassan donors to GoFundMe so that he can force them to settle for the GoFundMe money, so that he gets the money, I guess. Um, but like, so because in that situation, he's being super graceful. He's like, "I could take you to court or whatever, but I'll just settle for taking $75,000 from Hassan directly, and a total of like, $75,000 otherwise as well, right? For the crime of you criticizing me on your platforms." 25K is really specific. I think that's what the original goal was, which is why it's so specific. And how will they pay their lawyers that have already done the work? Who knows? So there's some satisfaction in knowing Kasani used money on the lawsuits. That's what my take is. Right? But some people are saying this is like a laundering scheme to try to just extract money directly from Hassan in a roundabout way. Right? Can they bring up the fact that XQC and Moboy did the same thing, and but he didn't sue them? Honestly, his lawsuit doesn't hold much water, for being entirely real. Like, his argument will be that he's the copyright holder, so he can choose how to like apply the copyright. So he can just choose to not sue them, essentially. You know? Did you press charges? To be honest, this is very illegal. I mean, he's not extorting me. He's extorting Hassan, essentially. You know, I'm just the damsel in distress here. I'm the hostage. So, Hassan, save me, yeah. Save me, Hasanabi. You're my only hope, bro. I feel like Leia. Who is your Luke? Hassan's money. Hassan's money is my Luke. Can you say this in Star Wars terms? Yeah. So essentially, Ethan Klein is Darth Vader. And Ethan Klein is Darth Vader, and he's kidnapped me as Leia Organa, right? To try to get money from other people. And so now he's projecting a transmission of me to Hassan, being like, save me, Hasanabi, you're my only hope. Expecting Hassan to like fall into his trap to then go, and Hassan's Obi-Wan Kenobi, to go and then get his money together, and the money is Luke Skywalker, and then send his money to Darth Vader, being Ethan. So Ethan gets what he wants, so that I get to let go. Right? But if you've watched Star Wars, right? If you watch episode 4, I'm pretty sure. Yeah, episode 4. How I think it was Tarkin, right? How Tarkin was like, okay, Leia, give us the location of the Rebel Alliance. And she's like, no, I won't do that. And he was like, all right, bet. You see Alderaan down there? We're going to blow it up. And she was like, no, I'll tell you. It's on somewhere. I don't remember where she said. It's on Tatooine or Dantooine. I don't remember what she said, right? And he was like, thank you. And then he blew it up anyway. You know what I mean? And she was like, no, I told you where it was. And to be fair, she was also lying, right? Oh, it's Dantooine. Thank you, Cheddar. Right? She was also lying. But like, Tarkin was going to blow up Alderaan regardless. Right? And that's what's happening here. Like, Ethan Klein wants you to bow down to his will, kiss the ring, because he's so scary and because he's making this very wide threat at a group of people who don't deserve it, expecting Hassan, and Hassan is technically she wasn't lying, that's when it was the old Rebel base. Okay, you're wrong, it was the old Rebel base, but they weren't there, right? Because he asked, where are the rebels at? Not where were the rebels. The point is that she was being deceitful. But it doesn't matter, because even if she told him that the rebel base is on Yavin? I think it's Yavin. Right? Star Wars nerds, help me. Hoth? No, Hoth was episode 5. The Moon of Yavin 4. Yeah, thank you. Thank you. Yes, Yavin 4, not Yavin 4. So Yeah, so even if Leia would have told him that, he still would have blew up Alderaan, right? And that's what Ethan's doing here. Even if you concede to Ethan's demands, he will move the goalpost, right? And there's no evidence that he's not going to sue me anyway, right? And honestly, I think he's bluffing a little bit. And not even that I think he's bluffing a little bit. His audience, his audience thinks he's bluffing, by the way. Here, so I can find it. This is what is said on the H3H3 production subreddit. Where the person says, I'm not sure if the Shonda lawsuit is a joke or not. I think it's a joke until Ethan's lawyer will say if there's a real basis for the lawsuit. Sean was on the snark list, so probably he was already considered and dropped without enough evidence to continue. Yeah. So even his audience understands this, right? In that if Ethan actually thought he had enough on me, he would have included me during the first drop. And there's a reason why he didn't. Did I miss where Ethan actually justifies why he would sue you specifically? No. Nope. I haven't seen his Ethan post. He sounds desperate. What does anybody does it have to do with you? I don't know. He's not even saying what you're being sued for. Is just adding to the lawsuit. Yeah, which is why, right? Which is why I am saying what I'm saying on Twitter, right? Essentially getting to the point where I'm like calling his bluff a little bit. You know? Like, because I think if he actually had a genuine case against me, or if he thought he had a genuine case against me, again, I think all the lawsuits are flimsy at best, right? But there's no reason that he wouldn't have added me in the main right, in the main course if he thought that there was something there. Did you also skip parts of it? Not a market substitute in so many ways. I honestly do not remember. I know I reacted to for like 5 hours, right? I mean, we looked at their evidence that I admitted that I was trying to make a market substitute for it, and again, flimsy at best, right? Flimsy at best. And so I think Ethan is just trying to use this to like, you know, the dick swing. He's trying to uh act as the controlling mastermind here and put fear in the hearts of everybody involved, right? He wants us to dance, right? Like puppets. He wants to be the puppet master here. He wants Taylor Renz and Cat 10 Bars to be like, oh, we're so sorry, Ethan. He's like, okay, thank you. Feed my ego. I say he wants Hassan to give money. He's like, Hassan, give this guy money. Hassan's like, okay, here's 75, or give these people money. Like, okay, here's $75,000. He's like, yeah, I'm in control here, right? He's on a power trip, right? He's on a power trip. He wants people to apologize so that he can use that as admission to defame to sue. Admitting to defamation to sue? No, I don't think that's the case at all. I think it's genuinely he just wants to like he wants to force like these women to their knees, right? And make them bow down to him. I think it's genuinely that simple. Legendarily bad narcissistic crash out, yeah. Considering he didn't ask for an apology from people who aren't even involved in the lawsuit, yeah. for the title, and I thought it said Dem launched new video game, and I was so confused. Honestly, I'd play that. But like, no, the Dems launched a new digital platform, which we'll talk about in a little bit. Right? They're launching an online video platform series called Democrats Daily Blueprint. Because they're trying to make their own Joe Rogan of the left. Good luck with that 877 views, by the way. You can just think that he's an untouchable God King of the internet. He's not. He's been irrelevant since 2016 to 2017. Well, no, he became relevant because some people, and I will say the people. It was you all, chat. Some people, being you, rehabilitated his image. But guess who was always consistent on him? Me. That's right. I was always consistent on him. I was. I knew it. I could tell from his vibes. I was like, he has not changed at all. And everybody yelled at me, being like, da 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 da, give him charitability, let people grow, da 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 da. And I was like, he has not grown. And then they were like, shut up, Blackie. And I was like, all right. And then look what happened. October 7th hit, and then bada bing, bada boom, he started to defend genocide, and then bada bing, bada boom, now he's doing a mass harassment campaign trying to sue people. That's what's happened. Gosh darn it. I was right. I didn't even know who you were until about 5 months ago. That's because you were racist, chatter. Until 5 months ago. Now you're fine. Wait, did I change my title? I think I did. Reformed? True. If you don't know, Shonda Black, you're racist. Plain and simple. True. Plain and simple. Also, we hit 31,000 followers. So that's cool. That's sick. Okay, 177 views. Yeah, they're really popping off. Thank you, the Democratic Party, for dropping a video with 800. I think my video that I posted like an hour ago has more views than this now, probably, right? Oh, almost. Almost. 31-hour stream. Jeez Louise. Actually, I'm glad I waited on the 30-hour stream because Twitch updated their guidelines for front page promotions, and now I can put myself on the front page. The attorney thumbnail is art. Thank you. I made it myself. I didn't even use not Ethan Klein's not PewDiePie's. What's his name? Mr. Beast's AI tool. I did it all on my own. All on my own. Hunful. Thank you for the 5 gifted subs. Huge W, much appreciated. I know this is unrelated, but I'm curious. For a while, which computer science languages are you proficient in? I like Python is my favorite language. Python's good. I've been learning React. I think. Well, let me make sure I'm not gonna leak anything for my job. There. I've been learning React and TypeScript for my job. So ready to get the system. I made a few things in React, but like knowing what to make a component and and how to structure a project is kind of difficult when you've never worked in it before. Do you know JavaScript already? Yeah. It's so hard to get into software dev at the moment. Like get a job, then you would be correct. Yeah, the bubble it has burst. It bursted like a few years ago actually, probably around COVID, where it was at its height. And then after COVID, the pandemic lockdown ended in like 2022. Then the bubble like it popped. So yeah, that's what happened. But I think it's still good to learn a little bit of coding, a little bit of computer science, right? Because there's so much fun stuff you can do with developing software. I'm still trying. Yeah, it's great. I have not coded in Rust. I've coded in Lua a lot actually. I've done a lot of Lua coding, not like professionally, but for like a lot of personal projects. Cause modding in some video games takes Lua coding. Right? Lua scripting. Yeah, Baldur's Gate 3 is done in Lua. So also Cheat Engine uses Lua scripts if you want to make some cool scripts in Cheat Engine and stuff like that. And so I have to learn Lua for that. But once you know the basics, like once you have the basics down, then you can pretty easily translate your skills. Like if you know how to structure code, you know conditionals, you know like while and for statements, you know what a function is, stuff like that. It's merely a matter of syntax. It's okay, how do I do a switch statement in freaking Python? You're like, oh, it's match case statements. Okay. And then you just do that. Yeah, data types, things like that. For like a very like high level thing, right? And as you learn more, as you get more experience, then you get more low level and then more low level and then more low level. If you want to start finicking with like the operating system, which I don't do, right? I'm not a huge fan of computer architecture. So have you played Phoenix Wright Ace Attorney? I played one Ace Attorney game when I was like 6 years old on like the Game Boy, I think, or the DS, one of the two. Wait, I don't think the DS was out. The DS came out when I was like 8. Let me see. Two 2009, I think. No, it's 2004. The DS Lite came out in 2009, I think. If you want on PC, they have 2 prequels that are fun. Maybe we'll play for the 30-hour stream. That sounds like fun. If I'm being sued, I have to brush up my knowledge on the law. I started to learn the code and then stopped, so I know the very basic shit. That's all you need, actually. Legitimately, that's all you need. I would say just pick a language, probably Python, because Python's the best, and figure out how can I do the thing that I want to do in that language, right? Or I say figure out which one to do first, and then pick that language. They'll play 31 hours of League. Okay, it's still 30. I don't know why we're adding an extra hour. C++ is the best. I don't like C++. Yeah, it's called Great Ace Attorney. It's Great Ace Attorney 2. GeoGuessr? Learn assembly? I know assembly. Like I've worked in assembly in school. This is why F college, bro. F college is stupid. What do you mean? What do you mean? That you have my first language, like, all right, guys, we're gonna learn to code in assembly. Why? Why? They're like, you need to know the foundation, the basics of assembly. Not for my first language, please. Anyway, I'm glad the pandemic happened because I was signing up for AP Computer Science for my senior year with no experience. I don't know what I'm doing. I hear y'all talk about it now. It would have been fine. I had a class where we made GBA games in assembly. That's so great and awesome. I did not have that class. I wish I did. The class was very stupid. It was like, hey, build this stupid, I don't even remember what it was actually. or my student Photoshop license expired. Chat. Your Photoshop license never expires. Just around on a Commodore 64 growing up. That's where I fell in love with the beep boop. No, I did not. I messed around with the Arduinos and stuff. My parents bought me. They knew I liked engineering and stuff, and they were like, "Oh, this kid is inquisitive, right?" And then they bought me like an Arduino, and then I tried to use it, and I felt stupid because I couldn't code in it, because I think Arduino uses like C programming as well. And so I gave it up for like 5 years, and then I came back to it, and then I used it for a project. And then I gave it up again.
Uncorrupting3 r_ just subscribed.
Uncorrupt hunger. I can't read. Thank you for the 14-month resubscription. Much appreciated. Anyway, I was just stalling to see if I can refresh this and see if I'm no, we're still not above the Democrats. Anyway, we got distracted by talking about other stuff. Focus, chat. Stay on target. Stay on message. We're talking about Ethan Klein, I guess. So this is what Ethan Klein said. Again, to reiterate, if you're just coming in here, because Snark and 2 disgraced journalists are unwilling to swallow their pride, it looks like the lawsuit against Sean will be moving forward. So in an act of unimaginable grace, I am prepared to make one final offer. If Hassan donates $25,000 to each of their GoFundMes, I will tear up the Sean Black complaint that I've spent several thousands writing. Furthermore, Hassan, any behind-the-scenes donations will be found during discovery, so pretending like you are helping them behind the scenes works now, but everything will be overturned to us in due time. I still don't even know what he means. Like, what is he talking about? That was my fault. No, you're good. You're totally chill. We love doing a little bit of an ADHD break. The chatter just sent my own video back to me. W, I respect that. Like, hey, did you see this video that was made about your situation? I'm like, nope, I've never seen it actually. I think this is some grand conspiracy, and Hassan is the puppet master behind literally everything. But that's weird because he also wants Hassan to bankroll the GoFundMes publicly. Like, so I'm confused, right? So if his take is like, oh, Hassan's trying to puppet master this and do like and fund these GoFundMes against me or whatever because he hates me, trying to like fund mass harassment against me. So he should donate $75,000 publicly to these GoFundMes in the same way. He's trying to prove Hassan is a puppet master by forcing him to be the puppet master. Yeah, but that's like stupid because he knows like the internet exists and like we can see the story. It's going to be there forever. Right? Do you think that if Hassan pays them, he'll have a way to get him in some legal loophole? Or is it because he knows that he doesn't have a case against Hassan? This is what I said. I'll just read what I said here. Right? I said, so after failing to force 2 women to grovel enough for his liking, he moved on to trying to force financial penalties on Hassan using me as hostage once again. Another false choice. Either Hassan, 1, donates $25,000, to each, publicly, and further feeds Ethan's puppet master god complex, or 2, doesn't feed Ethan Klein's ego, so he can then pin the blame of him suing me on Hassan. Multi-millionaire socialists won't spend $75,000 to protect a small creator. Fuck you, Ethan, I'm not your pawn. Suck my dick. Right? And so I think it's less about him trying to rope Hassan in directly, like to make legal action against Hassan, because it still won't do anything. Right? But instead, what he's trying to do is he's trying to like win the court of public opinion against Hassan. Right, he's trying to force Hassan to donate $75,000 publicly just to make Hassan lose that money. Right? Also feeding into Ethan Klein's puppet master god complex that he could control everything. Or Hassan doesn't donate the money And then he can run the, oh, Hassan doesn't care about these small creators line. He has all this money and he claims to be a socialist, but he doesn't want to help out smaller leftist creators. That's crazy. And that's what he like, you know, tarnishes Hassan's like reputation in that way. But do you have the maturity to respond the way you do? You hit all the notes, but with class. And so that's the reason why I responded so quickly and so early, right? Because I wanted to avoid a situation that happened before with like Taylor and Kat apologizing to Ethan, because like, it won't actually fix the issue, right? If I need support or help, I'll ask for it. And it's like, this is like me giving Hassan an out here. Like, so if Ethan does try to run this line, like, oh, Hassan doesn't care about, you know, Shonda Black, so he lets Shonda Black get sued, right? They can redirect Ethan to this tweet here where I say, fuck you, Ethan, I'm not your pawn, right? I'm not asking Hassan to fight my battle for me. You see, even some fans think that he crossed the line with this. I did see. And here we can take a look at that as well. A lot of the kleinsmen didn't like this move. Maybe he's just racist. Oh no, he is racist. This is just the case. Yeah. There's a reason why all of these e-writer videos say Hassan Orbiters. He's trying to fight the obvious bully narrative. Yeah. Where I'll find this info. I don't know. It pops up on my feed. Not gonna lie, I think this one is a little too messy, but I'm not gonna cry over it. 100% my feeling. The whole way that Shonda Black lawsuit stuff has been coming out has been more pesto shit than prolapse. You get me? I don't understand what that means, but sure. Yeah, I don't believe for a second he ever planned to sue Sean. I think he's just fucking with all of them because the second that he put out the Insta story, they're all already talking about it. I don't mind this move because if Hassan donates a bunch of money to his friends, it'll at least cost him to back their stupid, terrible behavior, less incentive to defend them in the future. Like, this is exactly like it's extortive behavior. Pesto is Ethan's poop fetish, basically. What? Don't worry about it. Okay, I won't. I won't worry about it. Mostly because it's too cruel? Question mark. I don't understand this chess move he's doing. And this is exactly what I said. He's proving to these people that their friends don't actually back them. They just back themselves in their own egos. And the movement was never a united bank of friends to begin with, only a pyramid scheme of ego struggling with one Mr. Piker, Hassan Piker at the top. It's quite genius of him, in my opinion. Like, did I not call this like directly? Did I not call this verbatim? Did I not say this is exactly what they were going to try to do? Either one, you donate the $75,000 publicly and further feed Ethan Klein's puppet master God complex, or two, doesn't feed Ethan's ego, so he can then pin the blame of him suing me on Hassan. A millionaire socialist won't spend $75,000 to protect the smaller creator. They are so predictable. They're so predictable. Right? They're so predictable, but it won't work. It won't. That's not a thing. What did they expect? This is my question. Did Ethan expect me to be crying, being like, Hassan, why are you not protecting me? Why are you not protecting me? You're not my friend. I thought we were friends. Why are you not protecting me? No. Right? And so maybe Ethan is correct. Maybe he doesn't know who I am. Because if he knows who I am, he knows that I don't fuck with that. Yeah, we wore do-rags together. I gifted you a do-rag. Why are you not protecting me? You're just gonna let me be sued, Hassan? Hassan, you're just gonna let me be sued? You have the money. What? You're just gonna let me be sued? Why are you not just give him what he wants? Just give him what he wants. Like, stop. Stop. And expecting like the left to turn on itself, being like, oh, Hassan has all this money and he won't use this money. He won't use this money to protect a smaller streamer on one side. And then the other side being like, well, Hassan has no responsibility. Hassan should not cave. Hassan let them get sued. Who cares about the black man or whatever? And then like the left is like fighting each other now. Like, what are we talking about here? They're so dumb. Not even just dumb. Like, Ethan's a racist, right? And I haven't spoken about like this aspect of it because it's not the biggest deal. But this entire thing about Ethan like talking past me, right? Trying to remove my agency in the situation, right? Is racist. He's doing a racism. That's racist shit. Like, I can speak for myself. You see the resurfaced George Floyd clip by Ethan? I assume it's this one that the chatter sent. You know what? Sure, we'll watch it.
So is it just a common flu or people die?
Okay. Huh. So her family members who died of COVID didn't get a funeral.
See them in the funeral.
But George Floyd got a funeral.
It's a twisted world.
But
I'm gonna let it play.
Why was George Floyd allowed to have a funeral but not her family members? I'm serious.
What do you mean?
I mean, why was George Floyd allowed to have a public funeral and not her family members? She raises a good point, actually.
What's the point?
I mean,
they weren't allowed because of COVID.
COVID's still around. George Floyd had COVID. I'm trying to understand, why is that a bad point?
I mean, assuming she's not making it up, which is highly likely, if she had a family member that died in the midst of the lockdown from COVID, that's a completely different set of circumstances and timeline.
Okay.
Let's cut this.
Yeah, cut that. I was just genuinely curious.
Funeral for the black guy, that's okay. And his life mattered. But my aunt's life mattered too. And all the people that I know that lost parents.
You just jumped. I wasn't.
Yeah, it's okay.
We're going to cut that.
Yeah, you can cut it.
Yeah, go ahead.
Forgot to cut it. Maybe Dan was back then was an op. He was like, nah, I'm leaving this one in. Okay. Genuine question. When did this clip happen? Does anybody have the date of when this clip took place? Cause remember whenever I talk about like Ethan Klein not changing, right? Not changing or growing from his racism, and they always bring up this video. COVID 2020. I know it was 2020, right? I know it was 2020. But like, where's it at? Oh, I assume it's probably on this clip.
$13.37. Phoenix Wright is on sale on Steam till June 10th. This should cover it, or some other nice treat. Thanks for all that you do.
Bradley, thank you for the donation. Much appreciated. I'll look into Phoenix Wright. Wait, where's it at? Does anybody have the video? Where's it at? Mm-mm. Bro, where is it? I feel like I'm going crazy. Ethan Klein put a video out about Black Lives Matter. Right? He's like my experience with the police or something, right? Yeah, it's exactly what it was called. Because everyone always told me that this was his apology. This was his apology for his flagrant use of slurs in the past. This is June 5th, 2020. Wait, so, okay, because he's wearing the same thing here. So this happened after his apology. After his apology where he talked about empathizing with George Floyd and stuff. Okay.
Who was just trying to return a police helmet to them. And you know how the police described that? He tripped and fell. And they wrote that knowing it was taped. I came across this video of George Floyd and I thought it was a really powerful, beautiful message he was sharing. And I'd like to show it to you guys.
And just saw my homegirl Nikki from South Lawn lost her son, man. Our young generation is clearly lost, man. Clearly lost, man. Like, I don't even know what to say no more, man. Like, you youngsters just going around, just busting guns in crowds, kids getting killed, you know, and it's clearly the generation after us, man, that's so lost, man. You know, man, I came into Houston and the nigga told me, yeah, Floyd, that young nigga the truth, man, right there, because he could bust a gun. Man, I knew it was crazy. Then a nigga my age saying this here, man. You know what I'm saying? And condoning this shit, bro. You know what I'm saying? And like half them young niggas shooting them guns go home and they knees shaking at night. But they don't show it to nobody because, you know, they ain't tough then. Hey, man, come on home, man. One day it's going to be you and God. You going up or you going down. You know what I'm saying?
Now, if you need proof that racism does exist, all you have to do is look in the comment sections. And I won't even bother to show you guys the absolute filth that you will find there. But people would rather assassinate this man's character. Would try to justify. Did somebody kneel on his neck for 9 minutes on film until he died?
Oh, we had a treasure train and nobody told me? It was my first treasure train. Dang it. Okay, it's fine.
Not enough that they killed him. Now to justify it, they also want to try to assassinate his character. If you need proof that racism exists, just look at what people are saying about this man. I'm not surprised, though, when our president is tweeting out, when the looting starts, the shooting starts. When did the punishment for theft become death? What country is this? I don't recognize it, where theft is punished with death. And when this is a source of national outrage, when kneeling, a pacifistic sign of protest, is a cause for concern, then somebody tell me when is the right time to protest. Do you know why he was kneeling? To protest police brutality. When people say Black Lives Matter, it blows my mind when I see people respond with all lives matter, because that's what they're saying. They're saying all lives matter. They're saying Black lives also matter. That's like if you have 20 houses in a neighborhood and one of them's on fire, and the fire department shows up and starts squirting water on all the houses, and you go, oh, what are you doing? This house is on fire. We need to put the fire out. And the firefighter goes, well, all the houses matter. It was like, yeah, but that one's on fire. All the houses matter, but one of them's on fire. And I stand before you as a hypocrite, as somebody who has not always been on the right side of racial issues. I've said the N-word on my podcast, and I thought I used it in a context that made it okay. I look back on those clips with just embarrassment and shame. But sometimes a hypocrite is just a man in the process of changing, and I don't think that it's ever too late to change for the better. This website, 8can'twait.org, details how we can reduce police violence by 72% with some simple changes to police policies. If you want more literature, if you want to know how you can help, all the links are in the description. I will be donating $10,000 to Campaign Zero, which is behind 8 Can't Wait. And until everybody can enjoy the same luxury of being pulled over with drugs in your car and running from the police for 5 minutes and then pulling over into a fast food parking lot and not worrying about being killed, then we'll know that racism has truly ended. Until then, Black Lives Matter.
So just to remind you, that was Ethan Klein on June 5th, 2020. And then this is Ethan Klein less than a week later, or a little bit over a week later, on June 14th, 2020.
So is it just a common flu or people die?
Okay.
Huh. So her family members who died of COVID didn't get a funeral.
See them in the funeral.
But George Floyd got a funeral.
It's a twisted world.
But why was George Floyd allowed to have a funeral but not her family members? I'm serious.
What do you mean?
I mean, why was George Floyd allowed to have a public funeral and not her family members? She raises a good point, actually.
What's the point?
I mean,
They weren't
not
allowed
really.
because of COVID.
COVID's still around. George Floyd had COVID. I'm trying to understand,
John,
why is that a
Black
bad point?
says, she's my African princess.
Watermelon Fizzy just
Assuming she's
subscribed.
not making it up, which is highly likely, if she had a family member that died in the midst of the lockdown from COVID, that's a completely different set of circumstances and timeline.
Okay.
Let's cut this.
Yeah, cut that. I was just genuinely curious.
Funeral for the black guy, that's okay. And his life mattered. But my aunt's life mattered too. And all the people that I know that lost parents.
You just jumped. I wasn't.
Yeah, it's okay.
We're gonna cut that.
Yeah, you can cut it.
Yeah, go ahead.
Bro made it like, what was that, like 8 days? 9. No, it's not 9. It is 8. No. It is 9. I can't count. It is 9 days. We're at 9 days. And he's like, yeah, why did George Floyd deserve to have a funeral? Does he actually mean George Floyd had COVID, whether a joke or not, or did he misspeak? This is what I think Dan was getting into in this point here, right? When like you compare George Floyd to whoever this random lady's aunt is or whatever that died from COVID, like Dan was like, "Are you implying that like George Floyd wasn't killed by police and he died from COVID?" Because that was what conservatives were running. Conservatives were running the line at the time, right? That George Floyd didn't die because there was a knee on his neck for 9 minutes, but he died from COVID, right? And so I think Dan was trying to, get Ethan to understand that what he was saying here is, the drug overdose came later, chat. We're talking about like in June, like early June. They were running the line that he died of COVID at this point. Drug overdose came a few months later. Yeah, it was COVID and then it was drugs. You know? And that's what Ethan was doing here. And Dan was like, "Oh, you know, I don't know about that. We shouldn't be saying that on this broadcast."
If she had a family member that died in the midst of the lockdown from COVID, that's a completely different set of circumstances and timeline.
Okay.
Let's cut this.
Yeah. And we know this is the same day because, or at least it was around this time. This was posted on, it was at least before June 14th. Right? Because they're wearing the same outfits. I don't know why he pretends to be a liberal. Who are you for your pride? But yeah. He also did blackface, as you can tell by my fantastic thumbnail. For party thing for the 13 months.
Every single day, Shank. I live as a capitalist. Okay? I live what I believe.
Faux Party just subscribed. Hi, chat.
Also, Moon Mandel, thank you for the Prime. And oh jeez. Hula Beekeeper, thank you for the 21 months. Also, Watermelon Fizz, thank you for the Prime. 17 Dead Flamingos, thank you for the 5 months. And Inky Poison, thank you for the Prime as well.
Sean the Black.
I don't think he has released. He just morphs with whatever we get the most favor at the time. 100%. That's what my take was on. Or was. But yeah. So this was my response to Ethan. Also we were love the thumbnail. Thank you. Also, let me look at YouTube chat. I want to see how YouTube chat. YouTube chat, do y'all like the thumbnail? Are y'all fans of it? For my newest video? It's pretty good. It's pretty solid. Nobody responded. I think they know that I don't look at them. Sorry, YouTube chat. Anyway, let's go through a few more of these. This person said, but his motivation. So, okay, I'll read this one more time. He's proving to these people that their friends don't actually back them. They just back themselves and their own egos. And the movement was never a unified band of friends to begin with. Only a pyramid scheme of ego stroking and one Mr. Piker. And with one Mr. Piker at the top. It's quite genius of him, in my opinion. Honestly, now that I think about it, this comment is kind of correct. And let me explain. I remember, let me take you back. It's 2023 or 2024. One of those. I think it's 2024. It's 2024. Hassan joins notable recording artist T-Pain and John Masayoshi for a Valorant game. There is 4 people in said game. And there is an open slot. And they queued up with randoms instead of inviting me, Shonda Black, to play with T-Pain. The rich get richer. Exhibit number 2. Connor Dog, Virginia is hosting a charity auction where he's auctioning off a few things from other streamers. One of the things that he's auctioning off is a gaming session with Pokimane. I ask Hassan, I say, yo, Hassan, front me 10K. Let me get this gaming session with Pokimane. And you know what he says? He says no. He has the money. He doesn't need that 10K. He doesn't need that 10K. He doesn't. But he didn't give me the 10K so I can get a gaming session with Pokimane? Crazy. Crazy. Insane. Exhibit number 3. The year is 2025. Hassan is playing Marvel Rivals. with Senna and a few other people that don't matter as much. They have a 5-stack. Marvel Rivals is a game that you can play. Wait, they have a 4-stack. Marvel Rivals is a game you can play. Wait, no. Yeah, 5-stack. And Marvel Rivals is a game you can play with 6 people. Yeah. And I'm there, willing and available to hop into the game and carry. And I don't get invited. I don't get invited. Maybe they're right. Maybe this chatter is correct. Maybe Hassan does only think about himself. Maybe Hassan does only think about himself. You know what? I'm siding with Ethan now. I'm joining Ethan's side. Hassan, give them the $75,000. It's so stupid. It's so dumb. So yeah. Like, you should give it to you for the racism. True. If you make a tweet, you'd actually believe it. Ethan would even sue you for your transformative AF. I don't know. Ask Ethan, bro. Maybe he's protecting you from yourself. Don't think about it. I'm right. Don't think about it. I'm right. Yeah. You know something I don't. Ethan would have brought you that game session with Pokey. Maybe. Yeah, Ethan would have given me the 10K so I could get a gaming session with Pokey. You know, he would have. But he didn't. Right? Hassan didn't. That's all I know. Maybe this is a pyramid scheme where Hassan is at the top. What about your video past the Dem podcast video? Oh, did it? W, the video I posted 1 hour ago has more views than the video the Democrats posted a day ago. L, Democrats, you suck. You should give me $1 million and I will get you the numbers you want. I will get you the numbers you want. Stop punching down on small creators. You know what? I will stop punching down on them once Barack Obama apologizes to me. Until then, I'm gonna keep punching. It's only fair. Harsh but fair. But in response to this one, this chatter said, or this poster said, but his motive is so insanely transparent that it won't work because he's not engendering the anger and infighting amongst them. He's just reinforcing their collective hatred of him. Like, exactly. Honestly, it wouldn't have worked to begin with. You know what I mean? Because I'm not stupid, right? This entire thing hinges on, like, me being dumb. In the space being dumb. In me, like, weaponizing my small following to call Hassan a racist for not supporting me. Right? And I'll call Hassan a racist for a lot of things. But this is not one of those things. You know? The person said that I've already spent several thousands writing. For some reason, this makes me think that this is all a joke and he's fucking with them. Imagine if he actually never planning on to sue Shonda. Okay, what are these names? They could just say Sean. Like, okay, whatever. And just wants to pocket, or just wants him to drop 75K from Hassan's pockets to Ethan's. Pretty wild. That sounds like extortion. The same way it sounded like entrapment. These things have legal definitions and they aren't vibes based, regardless of how much Hassan's people want reality to be based on manufactured optics. I'm with Ethan, man. I'm certainly not a lawyer, but it sounds like he can still accountable for saying these things. The demands aren't a good look, in my honest opinion. Will the behind the scenes donations be found during discovery? Are they even relevant to the lawsuits? Genuinely asking any lawyers. Also, if he's only helping them behind the scenes and not helping them at all, it's hilarious. How cloud obsessed can one man be? This I also don't understand. Cause like, how is it cloud obsessed to help them behind the scenes? That doesn't make sense. Wouldn't him like performatively only donating publicly or whatever be more cloud obsessed than like not taking like public credit for it and being seen as the good person? It just doesn't make sense. And person say, yeah, I'm not really clear on how the donations would be relevant to the case either. We'd love some clarification. This person says, at this point, it feels like Ethan is just playing with his food. I don't like this. Just sue him and stop adding these weird hoops for people to for people not being sued. I agree. It seems weird. It feels gross. I love Ethan, but a rich white man going after a black man who couldn't afford this legal battle unless his fellow white friend is sticking up for him. Either sue him or don't. A judge will see this as frivolous and just throw it out at this point. So are people unable to afford legal battles exempt from following the law? This is also funny because I'm like, what does this have to do with me? This is a lawsuit video. I'm so sorry, dude. I'm glad you're taking a shot. We are here for you. Thank you. Oh, did you change your name? What was your name before? Around my name changed? Oh, it's Ashley. What's up, Ashley? I was so confused. I was like, did I VIP someone named Calamity Fars? Okay, okay. That makes sense. But thank you, I appreciate it. Unknown VIP. I'm doing a Rust Gaming event soon. Oh, that's sick. I found the tweet that they were referring to. I mean, we can look at this a little bit later. It's not particularly fully relevant, but yeah. I didn't say that. I literally said if you're gonna sue him, then just do it. It's the trying to get his friends to play white savior that I don't like. My issue is he's not giving Sean the chance to make whatever amends himself, and it's dependent on others. I understand why he wants to go about it this way, but I don't agree. So I already doubled down. We're kind of past this point. Then he shouldn't use others to decide if he's going to sue him. He should just do it.
Tier 1 sub to Shaggy
I mean, yeah. Yeah. Toy Machinish, thank you for the gifted sub.
Like
and Calamity Farms, thank you for the 14-month resubscription.
Calamity Farms just subscribed.
To watch the white.
Woo
That's crazy.
husband got his job back, so we're back, folks.
W. And W to your husband as well. Right, but like this is like actually I'm actually kind of surprised this is being said on like the H3H3 Productions like subreddit. So were all these comments deleted later for slight disagreeing? I don't know. I didn't look and see. You have to go check yourself. Right, but like that's kind of the point. It's like it's so weird for like to not even give me the option to like say anything or to like decide whether or not I get sued. I'm just beholden to like 3 separate random white people to act as though whatever like he's not even talking to me, right? It's and stick with me through this analogy. It's like slavery a little bit, right? I am just the commodity. I am the product, right? And it's Ethan talking to my handlers, if you will, right? Being like, how much is this one? You know, it's gonna cost you an apology. Like, is it? I was gonna type in it's like slavery. Yeah, it's the reduction, the removal of agency of myself. Right? Like he's barely even looked at me. He's barely even referred to me in this conversation that is directly about me. He's using me for bartering. Yeah, like I am a pawn that he's throwing around. Right? Expecting like these white people to speak on my behalf. It's gross. But that he pretends to not even know your name makes it worse. Yeah, he just sees you as a tool. Yeah. How does this stuff deal with the idea about his IB? Wait. How does this stuff deal with the idea that this is about IP and that he's not suing any conservative streamers? They justify it however they want to justify it, honestly. He's saying that he doesn't know you. Now he wants to see you and makes his demands of third parties. Yeah. He's literally demanding that Hassan pay $75K for your freedom. 100%. Yeah, exactly. 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 So in like certain ways in this analogy, it's even worse than like the bare bones discussion of like, or the analogy to slavery. Because during like the antebellum South, slaves could at least pay for their own freedoms, right? In certain cases. Right? If you were enslaved, you could, you know, in certain cases, make enough money and then buy your own freedom. And you would be a free person. And he's not even giving me that much agency. Right? I'm not even allowed that much agency to free myself. But hardly any did. Yeah, because it was almost impossible to earn that much money. Right? When you weren't getting paid virtually anything. Fans are going to twist everything you just said. Well, it's the truth. He's removing my agency. He's separating my agency from this. Right? I literally have zero choice here. I have no choice. Yeah, and if they do, fuck them. Fuck them, because I'm right. I'm correct. To be fair, if Ethan gave Sean the option to pay himself, it's basically the same. Yeah, but the fact that he didn't is what my point is here. Right? He has not addressed me, essentially. He's using me as a pawn to extract money from other people. I have no agency. I have no avenue of speaking for myself. And I have spoken for myself numerous times, right? And he has not addressed it. I spoke for myself when it came to his first story. I got 50,000 likes, essentially like 45,000 likes. I spoke for myself when it came to the second story. They got like 23,000 likes, 24,000 likes. Right? Oh, sorry. They got 30,000 likes now. And then I spoke for myself when it came to the third story. They got 13,000 likes. Right? Overall, like millions of impressions and views. And he's completely ignoring my responses, going over my head because I'm not worth dealing with in Ethan's mind. Right? I'm a mere pawn that's not worth talking to. Right? He must go over my head and talk to my handlers. Talk to the people that he sees as being the owners or whatever of me. That's what he's doing. It's racist. He's doing a racism. There's no other way to put it. Yeah. Open Burns, thank you for the 100 gifted. Sorry, I was going on a freaking tangent. Thank you for the 100 gifted. Much appreciated. You don't have to do it, but I really do appreciate it. Everyone thinks Hassan is your supervisor. Yeah, that's how he's talking. That's how he's talking. I can't comprehend how he thinks this looks good for him. I don't think he cares. Right? Because all he wants to do is he wants to be the puppet master. I think there's a part of him that knows he can't interact with you making jokes without sounding hyper racist. And in doing so, he's still being racist. The irony is he probably thinks that he shouldn't interact with you unless he be labeled as a racist. However, him not even having the decency to engage with you and totally ignoring you is making him look extremely racist. Exactly. Exactly. Right? Because he doesn't even do this for, like, the women involved. Right? He'll address Frogan. He'll address Dems. He'll address Caseytron. Right? But I am essentially invisible. I'm not worth talking to. I'm not worth engaging with. Right? And this is actually something I see, like, the snark space do, as well as, like, the H3 community do as well. Like, saying that, like, I'm the smallest creator involved in this. Right? And, like, objectively, that's just not true. Like, on paper, maybe my follower number is smaller. But, like, when it comes to, like, even like mainstream influence, right? Average viewership, things like that. Like, again, I am one of the biggest streamers on the platform in general. Like, top 2,000 in the world. There's like 1,800 people who are bigger than me out of millions upon millions of streamers. So this idea that, like, oh, he's not addressing me because I'm, like, a nobody is just completely invalid. Right? And it's an inherently racist assumption that he must, like, address and talk to my handlers. Like I'm a dog. Like I'm a pet. Right? Like, when you have a dog and your dog is, like, barking at something, people are like, hey, control your dog. Hey, get your dog from doing it. You don't address the dog specifically. Right? And that's how he's treating me. He's reducing me down to, like, pet status. And it's gross. It's disgusting. He'd address you if you're literally the same person but white. Yeah. Keeps trying to get a Google summary, though. Okay, chill. I'll get my own knowledge panel at some point. Gosh darn it. You involved lore-wise, whether he ignores it or not. He avoids being in a losing situation. I've seen his fans saying you only get 5 views. I don't know where they get this from. That is, like, it's laughable. He dehumanizes you and his fans call you DEI. I've literally seen that being commented. You're also arguably bigger than Bada Banana as well. But he addresses him too. Hey, Bada Banana has a larger like online following. But, like, again, like I've had, like, genuine articles and profiles written about me in my work. This idea that, like, I'm nobody is insane. It's crazy. And it's just not true. Right? And I genuinely think that this idea that, like, if he thinks that he can avoid the racism allegations, right, by pretending not to know who I am, right? But all he does then is just think that, man, maybe this will boost your following. Chatter, I make more money than your fucking parents. Like, I'm sorry to be the person to tell you this. Like, I make more money than your parents. Both of them. combined. So that's true. Yeah. Cry, cope, and seethe. Cry, cope, and seethe. Also, you'll notice Cheddar didn't say, oh, that's not true. I'm more relevant than any legacy you could ever leave, right? Because I know you're not going to have kids, but the cum stains on your sock. Twitter emotion has been massive too. Twitch, 1K viewers is legit, and having 100,000 subs on TikTok a long time ago. You're a tech hacker, nonprofit work articles. He leave his socks alone. Yeah. Like it is racism. It's racism. Right? It's the concept of a black person having to work 3 times as hard for half the level of notoriety. You can be more accomplished, right? Better educated. Right? But you are overlooked and not worth deal. Like there are instances like where I've heard this like in my real life, but there are instances where people have, like, black women have walked into the room as the boss and people address the white man who is their subordinate first. Right? Have y'all heard things like that? Like there are instances where a black woman is the boss in the room and people will go and like and perceive the white man intern as the main person. Right? It's shit like that. It's shit like that. Even assuming the white man hires them. They'll get hired after clawing their way to the position, and then they'll claw their way up to a senior role. Right? And I know because my mom talks about this happening to her, but she left corporate America. Right? This happened to me many times as a woman in agriculture. People defer to the male subordinates. Yeah. I was visiting my cousin, and the contractors looked at me instead of my wife to ask about what to do. Yeah. And this happens all the time. All the time. Right? All the time. Your abilities are diminished. Right? Ethan can't even give you the respect of looking at me, the person who addressed him. And is expected to look at my handlers. It's gross. It's disgusting. Right? And I'll call it like it is. I will call it like it is. Like Ethan Klein not addressing. Like Ethan will address. Okay, perfect example. Does anybody have a link to Ethan's quote tweet of Taylor? I think it's somewhere, right? Where he said like, oh, non-apologies don't matter or whatever. Or just put it so zoomed in so y'all can see it. This is how it normally is, and it's you guys can't see this. Right? Somebody have a link to that tweet of him being like, oh, the I don't accept non-apologies or whatever. So it looks like the lawsuit is going forward or something like that. I don't think I quoted that one. Hmm. Bro, does nobody have it? You know what tweet I'm talking about, right? Thank you. Yeah. Honestly, it's been so long looking for the tweet. I don't remember. I don't even remember what my point was. What was the last thing I said, chat? What was the last thing I said? Short-term memory loss. I got so distracted while scrolling through Twitter trying to find the link. Something about the Lakers. Power over women. Deeply unserious person. Nah, it doesn't sound like what it was. Ethan said something to her. We saw the George Floyd thing. I think you wanted to show the apology didn't matter. Something about him not addressing you, and then you wanted to pull the Taylor Lynn tweet. Yeah, I don't remember the point I was going to make with it. But the point is that the apology didn't matter anyway, right? He didn't accept the apology. He was like, oh, no, I remember. I remember what it was. Okay. This is actually not what I was looking for, now that I think about it. I remember. Taylor Lawrence. Trust me, the point's going to be worth it, chat. The point is going to be worth it.
I live like a capitalist every single day, Shank. I live as a capitalist. Okay? I live when I believe.
Asdiff_ just subscribed. Mango Catron.
As thank you for the subscription. Here. The point I wanted to make is I want you to look at this. This Taylor Lorenz tweet, right, got 9,000 likes. Her posting the Cat 10 Barge tweet got 2.7 thousand likes. And Ethan Klein responded to this. Right? It just got less attention than any of my tweets got about the situation that is directly involving me. And he only addressed, again, Taylor Lorenz and Hassan talking about it. And at no point has ever addressed me or anything that I've said in the situation. Right? Even though, right, I've demanded attention. I have directly responded to every single thing that he said. Right? But because he's such a fucking racist, right, that my words in this situation just do not matter. He just does not, view it as valid. right? I have no agency. There's no agency for myself in this. He didn't even ask you to apologize. Because I'm nothing but a pawn to him, to be swung around. That's it. Again, how will he even cut content off of this next week if he's scared to bring you up? Great question. Right, probably demand my handler speak for me again. Probably demand that another white person speaks on my behalf. Probably in that way. As a statement that white folks will see you as a dog if you are any kind of minority. It's explained so much in life to me. Probably say, I don't even know who this guy is again. Probably. Right? And at the root of all of this is just Ethan Klein's a bitch. He's a bitch. Right? He wants to shit talk on people who he think he can beat. Right? He thinks he has like power over. And because he's afraid of being called a racist because of his racist past, right? And I have called him a racist before. Funnily enough, that has been talked about in a few articles. The few like AI articles written about this. AI mode? What? That's a new thing. Wait, what does it say about me? Shauna Black is a Twitch partner. He's also a coder, labor organizer, and a YouTuber. Here are some key points about him. Online presence. He's active on Twitch where he primarily streams just chatting category. Has a significant following. Shout out the AI for saying that I'm a huge streamer. Over 30,000 followers. His highest viewer account on Twitch was 3,197. He also uses Twitter and Instagram. Coding and activism. He uses his code skills for various social causes, including efforts against Texas' anti-abortion website and preventing hiring of scab workers at certain companies. Political views. His Twitter indicates he's a foolishly socialist and is involved with Gen Z for Change. Controversy. He's been involved in public disputes with the online personalities, including particularly Ethan Klein. Content revolves around current events, social issues, and personal experiences. He also posts content related to gaming, specifically League of Legends. Stop. Please, can you please change this, please? Please change this. Not League of Legends. Please. 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 Here. There's this article, right, which we didn't look at, and this one we did look at before. Oh, the word sucked out of the room. Chill. He plays Valorant, I swear, yeah. Ethan Klein announces that he's suing streamer Shauna Black, and netizens accuse him of racism. You know what? F this article, because at least this one called me a popular streamer. You know what I mean? At least the Times of India article called me a popular streamer. Ethan Klein wants to sue popular streamer, that's me, Shauna Black over gender equality. Fans call him a racist. This is a way better article. I'm a fan of this one. This is my favorite article. But this one says, 2025 has been quite a litigious year for the H3H3's Ethan Klein, following a triple copyright infringement lawsuit against female Twitch streamers, Dems, Frogan, and Caseytron. The YouTuber is now seemingly targeting Hasanabi associate Sean DeBlack. Again, doxing my last name. How dare you? In a June 26, 2025 Instagram story, Klein announced that he'll be adding Sean to the lawsuit roster for gender equality. Notably, Ethan Klein mentioned Sean's snarker friend, seemingly referring to members of the H3 Snark and associated Reddit communities, which are online groups supposedly dedicated to critiquing and satirizing Klein's H3 podcast content. Following Klein's announcement, netizens of the Snark community claimed H3 founder pursued Shauna Black was racially motivated. Creepy Ethan Klein adds Black men to the list of victims for equality's sake while on vacation. Other users directly refer to Ethan as a misogynist and a racist. That's right, you're a misogynist and a racist. We already knew. More snarkers pointed out that the YouTuber decided to launch another lawsuit while on vacation with his partner Ela, and this is what this user had to say. LOL, if this man is legitimately serious and he's completely lost a pride, he's going to bankrupt himself with his own lawyer fees alone before they even get close to litigation. How out of touch you need to be on your vacation on your 40th birthday with your wife and kids thinking, who am I going to sue today? Reddit user Cheese and Adderall claimed that Ethan Klein's lawsuit follows a predictable pattern and suggests that he redirected his legal efforts toward larger streamers like XQC and Asmongold, both also reacted to Ethan Klein's content video on Hasanabi, the central piece of content on ongoing cases. The Redditors wrote, never been the allegations going after women and POCs, go after XQC and Asmon. What did Shonda Black say about Ethan Klein? While reviewing an October 2024 Ethan Klein video upload titled, I won't let Hassan Pecker lie about me to his audience, on stream, Sean claims that the YouTuber specifically targets up-and-coming smaller creators, mimicking Klein. I mobilize my multi-million follower audience against smaller creators and gets them banned and cheered on. True. I'm surprised they included this in the article. This is what I said. And why people are going through her, going through her clips and clipping stuff from her streams, posting on Twitter to try to get her banned. And where did that come from again? Destiny's subreddit. I don't know. It's very interesting that all these things happen to line up exactly right. And Ethan had nothing to do with it, of course. He can never take what he says is accountability. He claims that he needs accountability from Hassan for Frogan or Hassan for the Yemeni kid or whatever. But no, never any accountability for Ethan. It's accountability for thee and not for me. I could do nothing wrong. Me? No, nothing. When I mobilize my multi-million follower audience against smaller creators and gets them banned and cheers it on, nah, that's not me. It's never me. I could do no wrong. Of course not. I could never defend an apartheid regime. I've defended Palestinian rights 3 years ago. What? You think that I'm running defense for Israel? What? No. I defended Palestinian rights 3 years ago. You think that I'm sending hate to Frogan? What? No. It's not me. It's other things. And definitely not me. I never have any accountability for the things that I say. I have a multi-million follower audience. I used to be racist. Well, that was in the past. And I definitely apologize for it. I've changed now. But honestly, I have not changed at all. Because there's never any accountability for me. Like, come on. Let's be real. Come on. Come on. The person that never faces any accountability is this lunatic right here. This loser. Never any accountability for his racist past. He's been forgiven by that, and we're all supposed to move on from it. Never any accountability for the blackface he did or him saying the N-word. He is just to move on from it because, oh, he's a progressive now. Never any accountability for his racism against, Muslim people, his Islamophobia, or his racism against Arabs. You know what I mean? He's just calling out anti-Semitism. He can call for them to be banned, but he never has to take advantage or take any responsibility for the hate that they get. There's never any accountability for him. Never any accountability for the massive campaign against people currently right now against Hassan or against Frogan or Capri or other Arabs calling for them to get banned. Oh no, it's not him. He's small bean. Never any accountability. None. At all. He gets to do whatever he wants to do. He gets to do whatever he gets to be like, yeah, I can do this and do that. And there's never any ramifications for it because, oh, it's not him. It's not my fault. And the worst part is there's never any accountability for his goddamn god-awful comedy. You're not a comedian. You're not funny. You suck. You're a loser. You're a loser. You are a loser. You are a blight. Not only on the platform that you exist on, but the place in which you occupy. You are worthless. You are nothing. Nothing. Again, collective intelligence being brought down. But no, never any accountability. None at all. None at all. Absolutely worthless. Worthless human being. Worthless human being. And he gets to try to hide behind, oh, I'm small bean. I'm small bean. It wasn't me. I wasn't directing hate towards Frogan, but I will take, that as responsibility for that. Yeah, guys, that was me. Good that Frogan got deplatformed. It wasn't me though. Actually, it wasn't me. It wasn't my fault. It was actually everybody else yelling at Frogan. Even though I put a direct, spotlight on Frogan specifically because Frogan was like, lol, Ethan unfollowed me. I've been doing a targeted harassment campaign against a Muslim hijabi woman for the last 10 months, even though there's a genocide going on in Gaza that I'm justifying because she said, lol, Ethan unfollowed me. That's it. That's all. And I'm so mad. I'm so mad that Hassan completely destroyed me in a debate that he wasn't even having, even though this conversation, that I would now do everything in my power to go after not only Hassan, but everybody that he knows.
I live like a capitalist every single day, Shank.
Like,
I live as a capitalist. I live when I believe.
That's it. You're
Viking
just
eating
mad
just
that Hassan
subscribed.
rocked you in your last conversation
Sean,
about
the black says she's my African princess.
leftovers.
PSY Ben
And you're taking
21
that out
just
on everybody.
subscribed.
And that's it. And you cannot, in your mind, see Palestinians as human beings because you are a racist. That's it. That's all. JCW M2, thank you for the 5 gifted subs. He didn't always be remembered as for weaponizing false allegations of anti-Semitism to silence pro-Palestinian voices in the middle of a fucking genocide. It's the same playbook used time and time again to smear people like even AOC. He knows exactly what he's doing. Yes. He knows exactly what he's doing. And he thinks he can just skirt by it by being like, it's not me. It's not me. Sure. Sure, it's not you. Sure. This is your legacy. This is what you're going to be remembered as. Not as a, freaking unfunny comedian who wears costumes on their lame podcasts or whatever. But as a genocide supporting, terrorist state defending loser. So fuck you.
I was about to go get the Henny.
You deserve the worst. Let's continue. Man, I didn't know this article posted my W's like that. Condescending Walrus, thank you for the 5 gifted subs. Viking Eating, thank you for the 14-month subscription. Cyburn, thank you for the tier 1. Yeah, thank you so much. This is actually referenced in both articles, I believe. I think this article was made, and this article just steals what this article says. But yeah. That's my take. Ethan fans are so delusional. I found a debate highlight edit on their sub, and it's all nonsense because they think Ethan looked good in either debate. I think you said it right. It's delusion. They are full scale delusional, and I don't know. Right? I don't know. This is what I'll say. I hope Hassan doesn't concede to his stupid demands here. Not necessarily that Hassan shouldn't donate or whatever, but instead that Hassan should not play by these games. AI Blackface video was fantastic. Thank you. It's actually my second most viewed video on my channel now. Yeah. And honestly, it might be my third after this video starts picking up more steam. It's already at 1.2K in 2 hours. I think he should get involved only in an effort to get his lawyer disbarred for Ethan's obvious extortion. He said he won't do anything publicly. He said he won't do anything public. I don't know if that he said that yesterday, but he said that before Ethan posted that story. Right. I don't know if Hassan responded to Ethan's story on stream, which I also don't think he should. Gokanaru shares his thoughts on the current state of Ethan Klein. I really hate that just because he put a copyright on his video, the judges can't eat this BS immediately. Wait, I don't think it's gotten in front of a judge yet, right? So, what is this about? Where's the long hair gone? Like my long hair? It's still there. It's just behind me. You know? It's like it's not gone. Or his long hair. It's behind Sean like Ethan's racist past she wishes.
Basically,
would you have to travel to court? I don't know how that works. I don't either.
Ethan Klein, to put it in the way that I see it, is absolutely, unironically, I mean this with all sincerity, power tripping. It is plain to see with anybody who has clear eyes and open fucking ears. If you have the earwax cleaned out from your goddamn ear canal, and you listen to what this man says, and you see the things he posts, it's extremely clear that he is genuinely getting off, on having power over these smaller streamers.
I mean, yeah, this is what I've said. It's what I've said time and time again. This chat doesn't seem to agree. Ethan is well within his right to sue these Cretans. I have no pity for soldiers with PTSD. Boo. Ew. I also love it because like this is kind of gives the game away. Like they don't care about copyright. Like Ethan Klein stands don't care about copyright. They just care about the people that they don't like, right? Facing undue amounts of harassment. You know? But oh, just because I don't like Frogan, I'm glad Frogan is getting shit on. Right, and that's kind of the issue. Because like this is how misogyny plays into not just Ethan Klein's what Ethan Klein does, but like in the space in general, is that what we talked about yesterday, which a video on that should be coming out tomorrow, probably. But we'll see. But listen. Oh, creators not speaking up on it. Right? When you are a woman online, obviously if you're a Muslim hijabi woman online, or a non-white woman online, having opinions or being opinionated, right, means you are like villain number one. You are like lost. You know? Because like Hassan can have opinions. And he can have friends in the space that can separate his opinions from like their opinions, and like they can defend Hassan. Because if we're being real, Hassan is defended a lot in the space by his friends, right? Obviously, it's not enough. There are a lot of people who do like snake him oftentimes, but like when it comes down to it, the people in this space do defend Hassan a lot of the time against a lot of the undue harassment or criticism. When Hassan collaborates with somebody and they're like, oh, well, I like Hassan's chill, or whatever, he's a lot of defense there, right? Frogan just doesn't get that defense. And that is partially due to like the overarching system of the patriarchy and misogyny, in that being an opinionated woman on the internet, right? Like being perceived as like a bitch loses you a lot of grace, not just with like the men, but of the entire space. Right? People will contextualize and defend Hassan's America Deserved 9/11 take. Right? But Frogan doesn't get that same level of charitability when it comes to the I don't care if American soldiers get PTSD. Right? Could simply not want cannot want to work there anymore. Like, all right, like there's no way that anyone in his immediate vicinity thinks what he's doing is okay. Like, not breaking ties over opinions is one thing, but what he's doing now is just absolutely malicious. At this point, I don't think they care. I don't. Like, we've gotten away from, like, as you were saying, difference in opinion. And they're like, yeah, if your boss is a Zionist, we could say like, oh, I wouldn't work for a Zionist or whatever. But like, now we've arrived at a point where like Ethan Klein is a part, and his brand is associated with mass harassment campaigns. Right? So we'll see when the break comes back who's still standing. Right? And I think genuinely that should tell you all you need to know about the crew as a whole. Right? Because you and I, like, we all saw what he's been doing for the last 18 months. But now the entire space has seen it. And if they haven't left now, I don't think they're going to leave. I don't. Like, I think there was a period of time where like AB floated the idea of leaving. Not anytime recently, by the way. But like, he made the decision in his mind that he was going to stay. He made the choice. He had an opportunity to leave. Right? I think he took a step back and he tried to play this like, okay, I won't get directly involved. But at some point along the way, he decided, fuck it, I'm gonna stay. And he has dug his heels in, and now he's riding with Ethan till the ship sinks. Right? I think AB made that calculation. I think Olivia also made the calculation. I think the rest of them we're gonna stay regardless. Right? Check YouTube, like YouTube chat. You're kind of crazy for raising money regarding eyes in the face of a lawsuit. Was pretty admirable. I mean, I'm an admirable dude. What can I tell you? In case you're wondering, it's freaking Nicholas D. Oreo. I also think his employees are former fans. They all had the parasocial relationships with him for years. For them, this is content for another arc like the Keemstar Leftovers one. I don't fully necessarily agree for them. Like, I think they have to be aware that things are different now. You know? They have to be aware that things are different now.
Genuinely getting off on having power over these smaller streamers.
Yeah. Jeez Louise. They're complacent, simple as. They're not complacent, they're complicit. It transitioned from complicity to complicity a while ago. Like, they are active participants in the show. And we were doing this as well. Let's finish going through some of these comments. Let's just boil down to Ethan asking Hassan for 75K to sue who to nobody. Why even do this? Hassan has nothing to do with the lawsuits, and this is just making Ethan look like a bully and using his lawsuits to get one over on Hassan. I'm all for goblin mode, Ethan, but this is too much. Cole, thank you for the 26 months. I just found out. Who to nobody is wild. It is, and I will say this is pretty funny. Like, I'll give credit. It's a creative name. But who to nobody is a great alias for going undercover. It's pretty solid. But I will say it's funny that like people with like just no established platforms saying or how much of a nobody I am. Like, coming from Ethan, I gotta eat that. Right? He's larger audience than I do. You know what I mean? If Ethan Klein is like, you know, you have no clout, that's fair. Like he has the clout. He has the audience size. But you ain't got no audience size. You can't launder another man's reputation against me. It's like flexing Jeff Bezos on the guy who makes more money than you. It's like working at McDonald's, walking up to the software developer who makes $100,000 a year being like, you make no money in comparison to Jeff Bezos. While you're sitting there making 20K. Like, dog, get your priorities aligned. You're flexing another man's money that you don't even have. He ain't gonna give you that money. That's so funny. I saw someone on Twitter say that's why we are doing lawsuits. Like, who is we? Like, who is we? You are not a part of the team. You're not. I lost my phone. These people using their free time on Reddit to defend the shit-eating races. These people not know Rihanna's 2005 hit global blockbuster song Shonda Replay. True. I think it's some kind of cuck fetish. I mean, it is cuck behavior. Right? Because I mean, like, the craziest part is people can do that, like, and I think people who do that for like I think people who do that against Ethan are also kind of cringe. Like, comparing like Ethan's numbers to Hassan's numbers is a little bit cringe, but comparing Ethan's numbers to his old numbers, I think it's fine. Right? If you're gonna say like, oh, Ethan used to have like 35,000 viewers and now he's at like, you know, 25,000 viewers, you fell off or whatever, right? It's still a bit cringe, but like I understand that more than just being like, ha ha ha, Hassan's bigger than you or whatever. You know? But even then, like, I'm not gonna sit here and be like going up to somebody who has a larger following than me, being like, you're washed, nobody's watching you. There ain't nobody watching me either. That's what y'all sound like with your like, you're freaking, okay. No offense to all my Twitch affiliates out there, but when I see shitters in my replies, shitting on my viewership with Twitch affiliate in their bio, I'm like, come on. At least get the badge first. At least get the badge first. If you gonna shit talk, you can't shit talk with Twitch affiliate in your bio. At least get the badge first. At least hit partner before you start shit talking. Because I will go to your streams and I will see your like one viewer and I will be laughing in my head. Right? And this is what the problem is. Like, there was some dude who came into my replies one time to shit talk and was like, yo, you know, talking shit, you're a nobody. And I was like, bro, you were just posting your face on your profile like yesterday. I wouldn't be talking so much shit if I were you. Right? And they were like, oh wow, I was being threatened by a streamer. I'm like, bro, if you have your face attached to your profile, I'm gonna make fun of how you look. And so I'm just letting you know, if you shit talk and you're posting your face, I'm going to laugh at you. You've opened yourself up to this. You posted it. You can't pull the, oh, I'm small being card now. You will be their one viewer, Sean. You're right. I feel like this is getting too messy and the demands just look a little bit silly. I don't think this plays well outside of this corner of the internet. Sue who you're suing, just why wrap it all up in this drama? it belies. Jeez Louise, it's an SAT word. It belies the point he made early on about these people. It's these people because of what they did specifically. Unless Hassan does this thing, why involve Hassan at all? Yeah. Also, does Papa Gut even stream? Right? People keep posting Papa Gut clips, but I'm like, we looked before and he didn't even look like he actually streamed. Right? Am I wrong? I just see his clips posted on like Twitter, because he posts his clips on Twitter. Does he stream on YouTube? I mean, he looks so gross. Also, it's kind of funny because like this guy used to have like 1 million plus followers on TikTok, and now he gets like 1,000 views on his like live streams that are public. At least most of these are like members only, right? Hey, he posts consistent videos though. I respect it. He looks disgusting though. It's gross. All right, Scully, that's our goal. Our goal is to dunk on Papa Gut. More views than this guy. I can spell him through the screen. Listen, don't ask why he got banned. Don't ask why he got banned on TikTok. Pretty sure he's continually goading, mentioning Hassan to try to entrap Hassan and doing something that Ethan can try to use as evidence in coordination. And then we'll bring him into the lawsuit. Ethan's goal is and will be to try to hurt Hassan in any way that he can. But like, you can't pull somebody into a lawsuit because they donate to a GoFundMe. You know what I mean? So I don't know what his plan is or what he's gonna try to do, but hey, maybe I'm too dumb to see the 5-headed chess move. Why'd he get banned though? He made a if she bleeds, she breeds joke or something like that. It was a weird like pedophile joke that he made. That's why he got banned. And no way, I'm not joking. His rationale was like, no, you guys, you don't understand. I was saying it like a pedophile would say it. Right? Wasn't that him mocking a pedo? Listen, that's what he will say. That's what he would say. I'm just giving you the information. The guys, he was saying the N-word as a racist would. Yeah. It's such a weird video. Even like if you were to give him the benefit of that, bet okay, he was just saying it as a pedophile would say it, I guess. Like he didn't need to do, you don't need to do, I don't know. It was just, he got caught off work because like, people are like, oh, this is super weird. Like, why would you do this? And now apparently he's like live streaming on YouTube. I think I closed it, yeah. I think someone saw his beard and reported him. Honestly, that's how it is. Times of India, oh yeah. Times of India called me a popular streamer. That's right. That's right, chatters. I am now a popular streamer. You're welcome. See, I think it's okay. Muslim is I'm reading it. I'm reading it. How does that Ethan dictate your taste in your mouth? You being a good little boy, swallow every job, you cocksucking loser, absolutely freak of nature, pig rat. I don't know who's more dumb, Sean the soon to be broke or this chat. Give Ethan his fat paycheck and go back to being a subhuman reject of society. Bro's built like a tangled mop, yap away. You spelled that incorrectly. Don't worry, I had your stream muted on a random tab so you don't get any jack shit from me. I mean, if you want me to come, when it comes suck me off, and I might give you like $20. LOL. Sean stocks are at all-time high. Sell. No, diamond hands, chatter. Diamond hands do not sell. The stocks are going to rise. New copy pasta just dropped. This person is definitely like 14. Yeah. David Moped is crazy. I mean, it's what it is. You know what I mean? These people are not going to convince me that I'm ugly. It ain't going to happen. It ain't going to happen. Where's Saturday get help? Listen, it's a child. He's off of school today, chatters. Subhuman is a weird statement from a fan of a liberal. Yeah, it is. Subhuman is an interesting statement, right? Who else uses the term subhuman, right? Maybe somebody who was banned on Twitch for using that term in reference to trans people. Where could this person possibly have come from? I love the idea that he's like, oh, I'm super five head. I'm gonna log into Twitch on a private browser, open up the stream, but I'm gonna mute the stream instantly so he doesn't get a view from me, and then I'm gonna copy what I had in my Google Doc over here, and then I'm gonna paste it, right? And then I'm gonna hit enter, and then I'm gonna close the tab, and I'm gonna leave. Haha, that'll show him. Sure, chatter. This is also what I don't understand, because people have been saying this as well. Like, people leaving comments on like on my YouTube videos and my replies saying like, it's like Sean the broke. Like, I hate to be the bearer of bad news, chatter, but I don't think Ethan Klein's gonna bankrupt me. Do I look like I'm scared of Ethan Klein taking me of all I own? Didn't know you bought a third air fryer? Shh, stop. They're gonna call me a champagne socialist. And if I do lose everything, I'll just go to Hassan and have Hassan just give me more money. It is moving with Hassan. He has room. He has a McMansion or whatever. So you need 3 air fryers? Cause I'm balling, okay? Why would I not need 3 air fryers? Also, I love that he said that and then he just ran away. You know who this reminds me of, chat? It reminds me of the guy who saw Hassan eating at a restaurant. And he was like, oh, I'm so scared. Oh, I'm gonna do it. I'm shaking. And he walks up. Destiny owns you. Bro, all of these people are the exact same. They're all the exact same. I'm shaking. I'm literally shaking right now. They're the exact same. Oh my goodness. This is so funny. Even though leader Ethan Klein admits to being afraid to leave his house. What's the website to check the follow list? Well, he can't be following Destiny. Destiny's banned on the platform. Right? And just take solace, chat. If you see this, right, and you get upset on my behalf, don't get upset on my behalf. Take solace that their daddy is still banned on the platform. Just take solace in knowing that he still's not here. And I'm here. Smiley face, smiley face. Also, okay, I don't think he's coming back, chat. What should we do? Should we just leave him or should we ban him? I don't think he's gonna come back. Ban, report. I mean, you can report this if you want to. Flip a coin. Nothing at all, and you will outlive these freaks like this chatter. I feel worthy of site-wide ban now. I mean, it's up to Twitch. Twitch does not like the term subhuman. Oh, okay. I don't know where he went. Okay. One of my moms made the choice for me. LOL. It wasn't Twitch. It was First of all, who wouldn't want 3 air fryers? Bro, that's what I'm saying. You think he took over the America tour? I don't know what's happening with that, honestly. I don't. That tour was doomed from the start. Anyway, yeah. I have a Times of India article written about me and a Sportskeeda article. Now I just need a real news source. And then maybe I can get a knowledge panel. That's all I want. Man, the Ethan Kleiners, the kleinsmen are so right about me being nobody. I don't even have a knowledge panel. Right? Wait, does Dems have a knowledge panel? Dems. No. Hassan probably does, right? Yeah. Unfair. Who else do we check? Casey has one too. Casey John. Why don't I have a knowledge panel? I think I deserve one, okay? I need a Wikipedia article about myself. Casey John better, to be honest. That's great. Mod's been that guy. Mod rip his arms off. What's checking? Mike from PA. It's about a central committee is a political executive organ designed as the highest organ of a communist party between 2 congresses. Okay, does that count? What type of Mike from PA? No, he doesn't have a knowledge panel. Still counts? No, it doesn't. It doesn't count. All right, chat. My goal now is to get a knowledge panel. I need one. We're getting a knowledge panel. It's gonna happen. So if anybody has authority to write a Wikipedia article about me and they want to do so, I'm not saying you should, but I'm not gonna stop you. Chet Ludwig, you know Ludwig has a knowledge panel. Unfair. Unfair, he doesn't deserve it. I deserve it more. Cutie, of course Cutie has a knowledge panel as well. Right? Wait, does Maya have one? Of course. Unfair! Gosh darn it. Austin also has one. Will also has one. Bro, what do I need to do? Who's I have to for me to get a knowledge panel, bro? Cinna? Stop, bro. I want a knowledge panel too. FD? Okay, let's see. Oh, FD Silver doesn't have a knowledge panel. Okay, that makes me feel a little bit better. But I still want a knowledge panel, bro. It is racist. This is racism. This is racism. Okay, wait. But Cinna half black? Cinna's half black. So you can be half black. What about Cuffham? Why is Cuffham the first name that came to your mind? Do people even know who Cuffham is? Kai obviously has a knowledge panel. Check for Obama. Yeah. Ah, man, Obama has one. The black man, he's someone I watch a lot. I wonder if he had one. You watch a lot of Cuff him? That's crazy, actually. Did not expect that. Did not expect the Sean the Black Cuff him viewer overlap. Who are you even? I don't know how I got here. Whenever people want to start asking the real questions, your name is like Sean the Black. Or how do we know if you're black? Maybe you're just a grifting as a black person's perspective. True. For his music reactions. Obama has one. Racism is cured. Obama's also half black though. Maybe you have to have some white in you. You need to be 50% white for you to get a knowledge panel. Stop. You know Dean has a knowledge panel, bro. Bro. Boo. Agent? Really? Agent doesn't even have one. About yeah, no. Agent doesn't have one. Sean C. Sean C has one. Okay, who decides this? Who decides this? Who makes these rules, bro? And how could I get one? Who I have, bro? For a knowledge panel. Do I have to that chatter? I'll do it for a knowledge panel, bro. What do you need from me? Yeah, talent agencies. I think it's genuinely like articles written about you. Right? I think. Maybe I need a famous birthdays. Does anybody at famous birthdays want to put me on there? Google says get verified. Google Sean Dwight. Yeah, maybe they got confused. This is Sean White. He's a snowboarder. Okay, of course Sean White has. Wait, can I claim his knowledge panel and just say it's mine? Hear me out. What if I change the name? What if I change the name? My name to Sean Dwight, and I claim his knowledge panel, so make it about me. Huh? Huh? What are we talking about? I got so distracted, bro. Oh, we were going through these. Bottom line is you need a knowledge panel. I agree. I do. I not only need, I deserve. I deserve a knowledge panel. I deserve a knowledge panel. Yeah. Yeah. Let's continue reading this. What are these messages between? These are messages taken from the H3 subreddit. The official one. Ugh. Make a website should help you build one. Ugh, I hate front and back end development. I'm very bad at it. Maybe okay, chat. Maybe I make a website on stream. Would that be fun? Would y'all watch that? I make my own personal portfolio website on stream where I list all of my work and list my influence and stuff of that nature as like a coding stream. So I can simultaneously like learn React and build a website with React from like start to finish. But also I have a product at the end of it. What do you like doing? What makes me money? Money. Also, okay, speaking of which, I love the way Mr. Krabs says money. It's my favorite. Money. Do viewers felt don't use no Zionist framework? There's zero support for like Svelte specifically. I at least know I don't want to start from zero. I don't have to start from the beginning. Don't make me do it. I at least know a little bit of React. Do Vue then? Ugh. Maybe. I'll consider it. Yeah, the person says, oh, I read this one. Islands plays very well outside of this corner of the internet. Sue who you're suing. Why wrapping it up in all this drama? It belies the point that he made earlier about these people because of what they did what they specifically did. I can't read. Unless Hassan does this thing, why involve Hassan at all? Are these offers legal? It seems fishy. I hope Ethan talked to his lawyer before making these posts. This makes Ethan look so bad. First, trying to extort the journalist for calling him misogynistic, and calling him out for sexual harassment, and now extorting Hassan for money after Hassan said all donations would be private. With all these Hassan mentions in the girls' lawsuits, and now this, it comes across as Ethan trying to ruin small creators' lives, but also get Hassan's money through them because he couldn't sue Hassan. It's really disappointing to see Ethan become exactly the type of person he used to hate, and how the fan base used to laugh at. And how the fan base laughs at as Frogan and Casey cry because of the financial stress, when this is exactly what happened to Ethan and Hila when they got sued. When Hila was crying and they're talking about how difficult it was for them being sued by someone much richer than them and having to ask for help. It's scary that so many people here can't see it, no matter what people think about any of the something blah blah blah. It's scary that so many people on here can't see it, no matter what people think about any of the people involved. What Ethan is doing now is extorting journalists into silence and extorting Hassan for money. It's really bad, and I'll probably get banned for saying this here, but we are literally watching Ethan, who's super rich, try to punish people who he knows can't afford it, and laughing as he's doing it, as if ruining these people's lives over a reaction video is valid, normal thing to do. Exactly, that's what I've said as well. You can dislike these people, you're more popular than you. I don't need this from you, okay? Chill out. That's crazy. You can dislike them and still see this blatant abuse of power in the insanity of it all. Doing all this to Sean and now extorting Hassan for money now shows that he doesn't care about the reaction videos. It's all about power and money. He knows Frogan, Dems, and Casey didn't make hundreds of thousands from the reaction videos. He's choosing to sue them for the highest price possible. Thank God someone in here sees it for what it is. Don't break the law and don't run harassment campaigns, which, by the way, had IRL consequences. Jesus Louise, these people are stupid. There's a compliment in there somewhere. No, I don't think so, actually. Ethan has gone completely off the rails in this whole threat of ruining people's lives financially, especially women and people of color, to get them to do what he wants is the most ridiculous and nasty yet. Doing this while on vacation, no less, off in some beautiful tropical place most people would die to go to and would never get a chance. And he's spending it doing this. This obsession with this obsession is consuming his entire existence, and it's wild to me that all you guys are blind to it. How do you not see what's happening? Yeah. I don't know if you've already played the clip or last 2 days, but Odethan agrees with the last post.
It's unbelievable. It's
okay. Does anybody else see it? But does Hila's fashion sense, when it's not like literally toddler core, see it as reminiscent of like a rejected member of a 90s R&B group? right? That's what that's what I see from her fashion sense when she's not wearing literal children's clothes. Sorry, that's not relevant or important to this discussion, but that's what it reminds me of.
It's unbelievable. It's criminal. The American justice system is just, it's how can you defend yourself? Like, you guys gave us $150,000 to fight this lawsuit. It's not enough. It's not even enough. And I'm just wondering, if we didn't have the backing and support of all you guys and the means to even throw $50,000 of our own money to defend this case, how would we ever stand up to this? It's like those with money in the legal system have the ability to destroy and bully and just defeat people on the grounds of I have more money. And you never would have a chance of defending yourself. It's obscene, guys. This whole thing has been so overwhelmingly depressing that I just feel like I need to be honest with you guys and express, like, we come here and we try to smile and be happy and make, fun videos for you guys. But today, it's a hard day, and it's what we're thinking about all the time. What's funny?
You making
This is what he's doing to you, correct? No, this is what he's doing to Casey Tron, Dems, and Frogan. Right? This is what he might do to me, potentially. What he might try to do to me.
me cry.
Oh, Jesus Christ, dude. Like, it's been like, when we went through the process of getting Hila a green card, we're like, this is the worst thing we'll ever go through by far. Nothing will be worse than this. This is so much worse. I guess the point of this video is
I misheard from
just to be honest. And
he's threatened to sue me, chatter. I have not received any complaint or anything. Right? And to be fair, he said there was a timeline of like, oh, until Sunday at 11:59, which is tomorrow. So, I don't know. You gotta ask Ethan.
As we're getting $50,000 bills every month and actually realizing that because of you guys, we're not like bankrupt, that we can actually do this. So to everybody who gave us money.
Sad part, that is, if anyone else is off the rails, I'm pretty sure they would have been taken down. But Ethan Klein such from volume into part of YouTube/media. Especially considering the OG lawsuits set the scene for fair use. Yeah. And when this was happening, people were talking about it, by the way. Like, the commentary space was like framing Ethan Klein as like the victim and as the underdog hero that we need. And people were talking about and people were covering it consistently. And now, because the victim is like, now the victim is like either political or political adjacent women, Arab Muslim women, people with like small followings, people who people already don't like, right, and things of that nature. Now people just don't care. Everyone rallied around him back then. Yeah, and we have to have a real conversation about why that was the case when that happened in the first place. Because, like, we're not gonna sit here and act like Ethan, being a white man didn't have a level of like, oh, he doesn't deserve this in like OG 2015 YouTube, you know? If Ethan was a Muslim hijabi woman at the time, right, he wouldn't have nearly got that much support. I just wanted to think for a second, the largest part of his legacy on YouTuber was this lawsuit. He's willing to throw it all away for what? I mean, he's already made his millions. He doesn't care. You know? It's because he wins these cases. If he wins these cases, it will set a new precedent for copyright law. I understand it. As I understand it, it's very similar to what Drake is doing in his UMG lawsuit. Yeah. Depending on what is ruled. Right? It could have huge ramifications on the reaction space in general, and how, and if you can even react to videos at all, or even do commentary on videos, and what that line is. He's not throwing anything away. His secure is made. Even if he stopped streaming, recording this day and never did again, he has enough money for the last rest of his life. Yeah. This behavior coming from a grown man is pathetic. Was empathy not taught in schools? Like, come on now. I mean, it's Ethan Klein. Like, no. If empathy was taught in schools, he wouldn't have been flagrantly throwing around slurs at the same time he was doing this. Because don't confuse things, chat. While Ethan Klein was crying about how terrible this lawsuit was for him and how scary it was to have to deal with it, he was still saying slurs. Right? So people are like, oh, how did Ethan Klein change from his old Ethan Klein self? He didn't. He did not. Right? He was in it for himself then. He wasn't in it for the space. He positioned himself as a hero for the space, right? But he was in it for himself then, and he's in it for himself now. That's how he arrived at where he is now. He believed the same thing, right? And he just happened to be on the correct side of the issue back then. Broken clock shit. Like when the entirety of leftovers were going, him being anti-Republican led him to be on the correct side of that specific issue, right? But then when October 7th happened and his the Zionism infested his brain, right, and took over as his main issue, he didn't change, right? He didn't change. He was the exact same. He's self-centered. He only views it from a perspective, not from empathy, but from a perspective like what makes him get the most clout and the most notoriety. And that's it. That's it. I think that's it, right? Yeah. So I said a lot of what I wanted to say today. Honestly, people openly aggressive towards Hassan is a good freak filter for the world. Yeah. Did you catch SmackDown yesterday? Come on. Why'd you even ask me that question? Yeah, so there's more that I want to say. But I think I've said all that I feel right now, currently. Have you seen the videos of Zoran watching wrestling? No. Stop asking me about wrestling. What is wrong with you people? I don't watch wrestling. Oh, here's Nandre going viral. Shout out Nandre. Replying to Lacey. I haven't seen this clip, but I saw Nandre's response, and I was like, I want to talk about this. I liked it. I didn't even watch it yet. So.
What you supported. You said you wanted Trump. Listen, bro, the reason I wanted Trump was because I wanted to make more money, all right? That's why. I'm gonna say it. At least I'm honest. I don't give a fuck. At least I'm not sitting here lying. I don't give a fuck who's the president. I want to make more money. I'm a greedy bitch, okay? At least I'm saying it. I've been saying it from day one. Now tell me why I ordered an $8,000 exhaust. And then a week after I order it, I get a call. You gotta pay a 57%.
Bro, his chat is so insanely. His mods are so insanely anti-Semitic, bro. This fucker is just Aiden Ross. He's just trying to be Aiden Ross. Andre was right. He would have benefited so much from being in Hassan's stream 1 or 2 times a week. You just realized this? He's like the non-Jewish version of Aiden Ross. I don't know Lacey. I don't watch Lacey.
57% tariff on it. What? I gotta pay an extra over $3,000 when I already paid $8,000 on a fucking tariff. I don't even know what a fucking tariff is. This is what you support.
And if we're being real, right? And people might get mad at me for saying this. Not might. People will definitely get mad at me for saying this. Right? I think, just hear me out. I think people, right? I side-eye people who do like collaborations with like Lacey and stuff. Like claim to be like apolitical. For this exact reason. You know? Like, all too often is it, or do we see like people like Lacey just allowed in the space? But you notice how like, again, I was talking about like people being cowards, not speaking up for like Frogan, Dems, and Casey Tron, but like they're totally fine with like Lacey. These fuckers ain't apolitical. They're not apolitical. Right? They're fine with politics when that enough clout is enough to put you over that hump. You know what I mean? Once you hit a certain viewership number, you can say whatever shit you want to say, and it's looked the other way by the entirety of the streaming space because you bring in numbers. It's click shit. It is click shit. And I don't like it. I don't like it. I'm not a fan of it. Right? I'm not a fan of it. This is not like the first time Lacey's had a shit take. Right? We talked about one like 2 days ago about Lacey talking about AI. Right? But even before then, he was very openly like a pro-Trump supporter. Right? He hangs around Aiden Ross, right? His community is anti-Semitic. I was just wondering why content creator space doesn't have the same smoke as they used to. They gutted PewDiePie, rightfully so. Not even, because there were people when PewDiePie was getting like called out or canceled or whatever, who were defending PewDiePie. You know? But like, I think because people don't want to, I think it's because people don't want to like rock the boat that there's a level of ignorance when it came to things like this, or like when people are saying shit like this, because they just have so much money, right? And nobody wants to call them out on it because nobody wants to be like the pariah in the space. Nobody wants to be seen as like the fuddy-duddy, if you will, right? Which, as we talked about yesterday, I called it. It's coward shit. It is coward shit. Isn't Steiny similar? I assume you mean Steiny. Steiny is similar, right? But even with Steiny, like, I do think it's very similar. But even with Steiny attempts to like have a conversation with Hassan and tries to learn about politics. Steiny doesn't pretend to be apolitical, right? I think that's how it's different, right? Steiny does not pretend like he's apolitical, you know? And you also don't see like events that are invited with Steiny being at these events. Yeah, he is more self-aware. He understands that he holds like shit positions. You know what I mean? Or at least positions that people are contentious about. Was this shit about FaZe banning Miskit from their party real for racism? We could talk about that too, because I do think it's interesting, right? Do you have a link to that? Does anybody have a link to that? So many people are afraid to be branded as woke. It's so pathetic how much people will ignore to avoid it. Yeah. Do you think that part of it has to do with right-wing politics becoming being considered normal, or apolitical, where left-wing politics isn't? Not necessarily. Like, left-wing politics are still overwhelmingly popular, right? It's just that the people who believe those things are fucking cowards and don't want to say it. Like, there's nothing stopping me. Like Lacey out here being like, oh, I supported Trump. Yeah, Trump was great or awesome and amazing. Like, he was great for me. I supported him because I wanted to make more money. He's out here saying shit like this, right? He has no qualms about just saying his stupid shit. No qualms at all. Right? The problem is that the people who don't believe that or believe that's to be reprehensible, they don't say shit because they're cowards. Right? That's the problem. I agree they are popular. What I mean is, online space, it seems like the idea where Hassan speaks about anything is political, but when Asma says some racist shit, it isn't political. No, even then, I think people understand when Asma says racist shit, it is political, right? It's just that, like, these are, like, these beliefs that he says here are more. Here's the problem. Here's the issue. Lacey has a larger audience in this dynamic, right? He has the larger audience in this dynamic. So if we say, again, I hate using Ludwig as an example. Let's just take Ludwig as an example. Lacey has a larger audience than Ludwig. He has larger concurrent viewership. He makes more money on Twitch than Ludwig does. He's a bigger streamer than Ludwig is, even though Ludwig's been streaming for like 6, 7, 8, 9 years at this point, right? And so if Ludwig wants to do an event, right, he would be approaching Lacey to bring Lacey to the event to bring in more numbers because Lacey is the bigger streamer here, right? And so if doing so, like, Ludwig's not going to call out Lacey for his take if Ludwig wants access to that audience, right? Lacey doesn't need, like, the rest of, like, the Pogger space. Like, the Miskin stuff is the best example. Like, the FaZe boys don't need Miskiff. If anything, Miskiff would need the FaZe boys because they have a larger audience. You know? And so when you have somebody like who has the larger audience, and then you have somebody with a smaller audience, the person with the smaller audience who wants to, like, access to that larger audience is not going to call out that person with the larger audience. Right? But yeah, I want to see what this is about. I saw this while scrolling past it. I just didn't know what this was really about. Silky officially bans Miskiff from entering the FaZe house after finding out Lacey invited him to the FaZe 4th of July party. He's not stepping aside. We're not fucking weird people.
All right. I've seen a lot of people on the list that when I seen the list, I say, yo, I'm not jacking them. I'm personally here saying, right now, bro, I don't get, niggas know I don't care, bro. Miskiff tries to censor the door, he's not getting inside. No. We do not fuck with weird people. I ain't gonna lie, bro. I'm gonna keep it a stack, bro. He's gonna see this clip. I don't care. You're not getting inside. I seen
like it's funny to laugh at and dunk on Miskiff or whatever, but like yeah, you're saying base, you're saying W, but chat, these people hang around with fucking weird people, right? That's the issue. They hang around fucking Aiden and Ross. Like, fuck Miskiff, but fuck them too. All these fuckers are weird. You all hang around weird people. You can't sit here and act like on a moral high horse of being like, we don't fuck with weird people. Fuck Miskiff, get Miskiff out of here. When you have fucking DDG and Aiden Ross next door over. What are we talking about? They just hang out with Sneeko and Neon? Yeah. Fucking Nazis. You're hanging around fucking Nazis talking about, oh, we don't hang out with fucking Miskiff. Like, I'm sorry to say it, Miskiff is not as bad as the fucking Nazis you're hanging around. Like, I'm sorry. Right? Not even getting into the fact that This fucker here. Talking about I voted for Trump just to make myself more money. You're totally fine with that. You're totally chill with that. You're totally chill with that. You draw the line at Mizkiv, bro? That's where you're drawing the line? Like, come on. Come on. It's like that meme being like, I can excuse racism, but I draw the line at animal abuse or whatever. Like, you can excuse racism. You can excuse racism. Like, he's like, yeah, I can excuse Nazism, but I draw the line at Mizkiv being a weirdo. What are we talking about here, bro? What are we talking about here, bro? Like, come on. Right? His real issue ain't with Mizkiv. Like, let's be real. It's not. His real issue ain't with Mizkiv. If Mizkiv pulled like 2-3 times his numbers or whatever, they would be totally fine with him going in the door. Right? If Mizkiv was pulling crazy numbers, it doesn't matter what he did. Doesn't matter what he did, he'd be walking through the door. Right? I have a chat wants to know what Mizkiv did. I don't know what his beef with Mizkiv is. Maybe he talks about it. Right?
Lacey invited him to the party. I'm retracting that invite.
It might be like his use of the N-word, right?
Happening, King. Like, what the fuck? I couldn't believe when I see his name on. I said, nigga, what the fuck? I said, do y'all know about this nigga? Like, what the fuck? Have y'all seen this nigga when it comes to black people? Come on, bro. Talk to somebody with a big 5 gifted.
Like, you hang around Nazis. Like, it's his prerogative to be like, I don't want Mizkiv there. That's understandable. I'm not sitting here defending Mizkiv, bro. Like, I'm not. But, like, you hang around Nazis. Do you know how Nazis feel about black people? Sneeko was out here sig heiling with Nick Fuentes. You were totally fine with him. Like, what are we talking about? I'd agree with you if you want a hypocrite. Yeah. If they actually had a moral standing, right? If they were actually morally consistent to be like, oh, I don't fuck with people who are weird around black people, you wouldn't fuck with Aiden Ross. We're talking about Aiden fucking Ross. Aiden Ross. Like, come on. Come on, dude. Come on.
Oh, yeah, word. No racist in disguise in the crib. We good.
You hang around Nazis. I feel like I'm going insane. Okay, maybe chat was lying to me. You know what? I'll accept it. Maybe I got bamboozled by chat. Maybe chat bamboozled me. Maybe he wasn't hanging around Sneeko and Neon, right? And Aiden Ross, right? Maybe that's not true. Maybe that's not true. Right, so I would give chat a chance to redeem themselves. And send me a link to that happening. Right? Because maybe they don't hang around Nazis. Maybe they don't. Maybe I was gaslit. Right? I'll have chat go and find me the evidence. I don't know about Neon, but they do hang around Aiden. I'll chat, go find me the evidence before I say anything.
Wait, so you in this car with...
Oh, this is better. Silky YouTube himself. Bro, this was 2 months ago, bro.
Hello?
Nar, nar.
This is 2 months ago from his own YouTube, dog.
Hello? Jerry?
This is not Jerry. How you doing, brother?
Wait.
You feel it crazy.
Yeah, I get cross-eyed. I don't know why either. Oh my god, what? What are y'all doing?
Okay. These are the cleanest earbuds I've seen you with.
Hey, Ray.
Is he casually hanging out with Neon?
Sorry, fuck.
Trying to steal my keys?
No, it was like a collector thing. I was just gonna hold it.
Fucking my Lakers key up?
Are you excited for the finals tomorrow?
Yes, bro. Courtside at the finals is crazy.
Chat, the camera angle, from what I heard, is to where y'all are gonna see us every play.
On the TV.
Okay, but he's not hanging out with Sneeko, right? It's only Aiden Ross and Neon, right? It wasn't Sneeko. Right. Like, you hang around weirdos. Like, come on, bro. Like, come on. Like, keep it consistent. I never seen like Jason hang around all those weirdos, or am I wrong? I don't know. I don't know. Right? The weirdos calling other weirdos weird? Yeah. I'm just like, come on, dude. Read the title.
Hey, what do y'all
Face Soki wonders if Neon is still racist.
think about Neon now? Be honest.
Neon, yeah, I'm down.
Okay, what you think about Neon? Be honest.
Do you remember that one time when we was on the call, right before he started blowing up, and you was like, I was actually talking to him like to take this shit serious, and I was telling him like him and Cheezer. I remember it was him, and it was when Cheezer he got caught like for like
he called you something.
Yeah. Or a monkey hard or something.
He called you something. Yeah.
Yeah, and then I was speaking to him on the phone. I was speaking to Neon, and it was like they kept doing it after.
To you on the phone?
No. But it was like they kept like doing like just racist shit, you know, even after that. So it was like. Wow. But I mean, I don't have a problem with Neon, but it's like, I don't know how he is now as a person.
Hey, what do y'all think about Neon?
Who's Cheezer? You might know Cheezer from the Something About Chickens video. About pedophiles on Kick. Creating CSAM. And then selling it in their Discords. But yeah, no, Suki doesn't have a problem with Neon. As he said. Like, keep it consistent, bro. Honestly, like, if we're being real, he might actually have a problem with Neon, but like, he might be kind of bitch made a little bit in front of Aiden to be like, nah, fuck Neon, he's a racist. Right? Because he got smoke he got that smoke for Miskiv. Right? He got that smoke for Miskiv, but in front of Neon. Right? All right, sorry, in front of Aiden, it's just like, oh, he said some things to me that I didn't really like, but considering the nuance and the context of the situation, and the dichotomy of way he treated me beforehand and the way he treated me afterwards, I'm not too sure about his current state of his emotions, about how he feels about the people of the Afro skin complexion. But when it came to Mizkiff, it's like, oh no, fuck Mizkiff, we don't deal with closeted racists. Like, come on, dog. Come on, bro. You gotta stand on something. Stand on something. They're so scared of being kicked out of the group. Not even, right? They're scared of being seen as like, this is the exact same conversation we had yesterday. They're scared of being seen as like, you know, uncool. Right? They're scared of like killing the vibe. That's it. All of these streamers just have a fear of killing the vibe. They have a fear of being the vibe killer. And it is coward shit. It is. Right? But a chat also sent me this. So he trains boxing with Sneeko. Yep. Oh, but no, he doesn't want to be around weirdos. Chat, you didn't hear him. He doesn't want to be around weirdos. It's not clocking to you. It's not clocking to you that he's standing on business, is it? He doesn't want to be around weirdos. Yep. Yeah, you didn't hear him. He just said, I don't want to be around weirdos. And so it didn't mean Neon or Aiden. Right? Or Sneeko. He meant Mizkif specifically. Yeah, the one that defended the Cuties movie. Who was a Nazi. Yeah. Hangs around like freaking Nick Fuentes. You are literally 1 degree removed from an actual self-admitted, right, white nationalist, Nazi. And that's fine with you. But like, this kid is a step too far. Like, just keep it consistent. Keep it consistent.
We don't need that.
Missing response to Silky banning him from the phase 4th of July party. I'm a different person I wasn't when I was 22. I am 30 years old now. I don't blame Silky for what he said. It's understandable.
It's this, that, and this. This is also a FaZe Clan party. I mean, bro, you don't think FaZe Bank said stupid shit back in the day? Hell yeah, he did. He admits it. We all did. We all said dumb shit back in the day. We all admit it.
Sneeko endorse Zoran? No, he did not. I don't know where you heard that from. That is a lie. Don't bring that energy back in here.
And it did take me a little bit longer to grow up than most. I said this shit when I was 22. But I'm a completely different person than when...
No, he didn't. He did not. It's not a thing that happened. You're confused.
When I was 22. I'm 30 years old. And I know that the viewers don't judge me as much because I think they understand. And I know that you guys still watch me because you know the realities of the person that I am, because you've seen my actions over the years of being a streamer. I don't blame Silky for what he said.
I know a lot. I can't even find your real name. You're not looking hard enough, chatter. I don't tell you. It's out there. Right? I've been doxxed. Do you not tweet this? Tweet what?
You probably think I should hate or attack.
Chatter, you never have to hand it to a Nazi. What are we doing here? Is Chatter not getting it? I guess not. Like, I don't care. I don't care what Sneeko says about, like, freaking endorsing Zoran or not endorsing Zoran. It doesn't matter, right? And it's not good for us to associate with him regardless. Sneeko is irrelevant in the grand scheme of fucking politics, right? So why should anybody care about his endorsement?
Him, I don't blame Silky for what he said or how he's acting.
Here, I'm running back though, because I have something to say about this.
Why is this, that, and this? This is also a FaZe Clan party. I mean, bro, you don't think FaZe Bank said stupid shit back in the day? Hell yeah, he did. He admits it. We all did. We all said dumb shit back in the day. We all admit it. And it did take me a little bit longer to grow up than most. I said this shit when I was 22. But I'm a completely different person than when I was 22. I'm 30 years old. And I know that the viewers don't judge me as much because I think they understand. And I know that you guys still watch me because you know the realities of the person that I am, because you've seen my actions over the years.
This is a situation that I'm like, they're both wrong, honestly. Like, Silky's not wrong for banning Miskiff. He's well within his right to do so. Silky's not wrong for not forgiving Miskiff for what he said in his flavors of the N-word when he was 22, right? You're not entitled to forgiveness. Where Silky is wrong about is this idea that like he doesn't fuck with weirdos when he hangs around Nazis, Nazi adjacent people, right? Holocaust deniers, people like that, right? And Miskiff is not wrong in the idea that you can change or you can grow. And I don't know if he changed or he grew or whatever, but like you are allowed to change, you are allowed to grow, but sometimes people aren't going to forgive you. And you got to hold that, right? You have to hold that. Part of your journey to accountability for what you said back then, and it's not even that he was like 12. You're 22 years old, bro. It's not like you didn't know better, right? You have to hold the fact that this is what I did, right? When I was younger, like 8 years ago or whatever, you know? And if they don't want to be around me, that's fine. That's cool. I understand it. And you go next, right? FF, go next, right? It sucks, right? Would it be, you know, best case scenario if like we could all move on for our past and we're all immediately forgiven? Sure, right? But you're not entitled to that as a part of your apology. Some people aren't going to forgive you. You got to eat that.
Just subscribed. SDABL Strug 4 MLADY Strug 4 Fidel got you.
Mortal Night Wolf, thank you for the 11-month resubscription. Much appreciated. He acts like it wasn't a big deal of being 22 being raised POS. Yeah. And I think that he actually owns that accountability, then shying away from it. It's a big improvement. There are certain things that you know you messed up on so bad, you have to understand that in every minute with someone, yeah. Age, you got to take that. That's a responsibility you have to take for your actions, even if you reformed. Yeah.
Of being a streamer. I don't blame Silky for what he said. I know a lot of you probably think I should hate or attack him. I don't blame Silky for what he said or how he's acting. It's understandable. If Silky would like to talk on or off stream, I would be happy to. Because
that's not bad. Like genuinely, that's not a terrible reaction. I feel like we could have had this like 10 seconds without the beginning part. But that I don't hate that. I hate that part. Actually, I don't believe that Miz changed. He just changed what people see, and I think that's shown by him expecting to be forgiven. Yeah. I think if Mizkiv, it was like cut out that entire first half and just start from there. Like, I think that he has also the right to, like, if Silky wants to do so, talk to Silky and demonstrate that he is different, right? They can put their bygones aside, you know, and they can move forward from there. Right? Because that's what you have to do with every single person you meet if they don't forgive you, right? If you have that past, that is a responsibility that you have to hold. You have to demonstrate that you're different. I think that is a fair thing to do. But he also has to understand that if Silky's like, no, I don't want to talk to you, you got to hold that too, right? But I'm not like against the idea that he can demonstrate that he is different, right? In that way. I don't like the expectation that I am different now, and so I should be held to a different standard now because it's been so long. Where I'm not for that.
I understand that if Silky doesn't like me or understand me, but I would be okay totally to do that. That was the jokes. The jokes were to be edgy. The jokes were try hard spam. You know?
Okay. he had like 10 seconds of like decent, like genuine, like discourse. Then ruined by like justification. I'm the only person that has trouble believing anything Miz says. I don't hate him. I don't, anything I just don't trust him either. No, that's fine. That's fair. I think that's entirely fair. Bro should have just stopped there. He should have just stopped there instead of being like, we all said the N-word, right? We all spammed try hard. You know, that was the jokes. We all made fun of black people. What? Everybody was doing it back then. Like, that's not accountability. That's not accountability. It's not. You know who probably didn't appreciate the try hard spam every time a black person came on the stream? Trihex. Did anybody ask how Trihex felt about that? And his face being used as a stand-in for every black person ever? I don't think Trihex enjoyed that. Anybody ask how Trihex felt about like the people he was around, his friends? Trihex literally talked about it. Okay, well, I don't know. So I don't know what he said. You can send it to me if you want to. Who's Trihex? Are we old, chat? Are we old? Yes, you are. Chill. I'm older than you, Sean. I mean, most people are older than me. You know what I mean? I'm a solid early 20s. And let's continue.
6 months.
That was a very
7.
huge thing on Twitch was tryhard.
I mean, still streaming. I know Trihex is still streaming. I just didn't like Trihex like as like a entity in the like people treated Trihex as like the token black guy, if you will, in the Twitch space at the time. You know, I heard the term token, but that's how he was used. Like they use Trihex. They use Trihex to justify like their use of tryhard, saying the N-word, as being like, oh no, I have a black friend. He was the black friend, essentially, in the space. It's 100% tokenized. I know. I don't like the term like token. But I think it's been watered down a lot from its original connotation, and it's just now used as a pejorative, like the N-word. You know. Literally at the center of the Hassan D split. Yeah. It's kind of crazy. Hassan and Destiny split, not even over politics, because Destiny couldn't stop saying the N-word. He was like, no, you don't understand. I need to say the N-word, okay? Not even that I need to say the N-word. I need to justify my use of the N-word in private. Bro wrote an entire manifesto. No. Destiny wasn't tactical N-word. Vosh was tactical N-word. Destiny was like, I should be able to use the N-word in private. You can't stop me. You know? Also, no. We talked about it already before. Chat, it's very simple. Mid-20s is 25. Early 20s is before 25. Late 20s is after 25. Bada bing, bada boom. And then use it publicly anyway? Yeah. You know what? It's not me. It's everyone else. Yeah. Chaz was his co-host podcaster too. It was wild. Yeah. But everybody got mad at me when I said what I had to say about Destiny. Everybody got mad at me. Let's continue.
The entire website was edgy as fuck. N-word spam in TTS was a very popular thing.
Come on, bro. Yeah, okay. Miskiff, he has to pull it back. Right. He's not saying N-word spam in TTS was a popular thing. Therefore, you know, it justifies him also participating in the same culture.
Huge thing on Twitch was tryhard spam. You know,
66 months.
That was a very huge thing on Twitch was tryhard. I mean, the entire website was edgy as fuck. N-word
Yo.
spam in TTS was a very popular thing that people laughed at. They tried to get it through. In fact, a lot of popular streamers let it go through because they thought it was funny. And I was part of that movement, and I regret it. You know, I almost partially don't regret it because it was something I did that I learned was wrong, and I grew up.
There's something there. And I genuinely, I don't think he's got into the point of being past it. Is my issue, right? There's something there, and he's just not able to vocalize it well. Like him understanding that, like, I've now realized that it's bad is a good thing, but like framing it as though, like, actually, I'm kind of glad that I did it so I can realize that it was not good. You know, it's just it's. I think he's still on his journey, right? I think he now understands that that was unacceptable, right? And he's nowhere near close to ending his journey yet. He has not grown, he is growing. And that's the problem. Mizkif thinks that he is done growing. He thinks that he now realizing what he did was not good means that he's done with his journey of growth. And that's just not true. Right? That's just not true. You know, he kind of views it as like an inevitability. He's like, yeah, I was a 22-year-old edgy boy. Of course I was going to be involved in this edgy racist movement. Right? Instead of the fact that, like, it was wrong of me to make the decision and the choice to join this movement and to grow my platform off of the backs of tarnishing the few black faces that were in the movement. Right? You know? So now he's just feeling mildly sorry? Yeah, a little bit. Right? And so, like, I completely understand, like, the black perspective of Soki not wanting Mizkif, who's, in my opinion, clearly has not finished growing yet, at this party. Right? But then the issue is that, like, he allows, like, Nazis and Nazi-adjacent people to go to this party anyway. He's like, yeah, dog, I'm not having Mizkif here because he was a closeted secret, like, racist. He's a former racist or whatever. You know? That's why we're having Sneeko, Aiden Ross, and Neon show up. like, come on, bro. This is why it's a situation where both of these people are wrong for different reasons. Like, you can't hang around Aiden Ross, Sneeko, and Neon. Yeah, like Bryce Hall, who was saying the N-word too. Bryce Hall was invited. Like, come on. Mizkif was mad before he didn't take the Saudi deal because he was listening to chat and didn't want to get canceled. This is his morality. I mean, that's the morality of a lot of people. What did Neon do? I don't know much about him. Okay, Neon is an interesting case because, like, he's just like a follower of Aiden Ross. I've linked to the whole invite list if you want. Yes, I do want. But Neon has his own problems, like him claiming or yelling at a 14-year-old that he was going to sexually assault them, which got him banned on Twitch, which is why he's on Kick now. Jarby does have a good video on Neon. But, like, Neon's not good. Neon's bad. Actively, no bueno. Oh, I'm going to my history. I'm going to go here. Wait, Jarby's right here. Boom. He faked his death 3 times. Oh, where's it at? I think it was in this one, right?
Told him how.
Yeah.
They're like mustache.
predictable for once in your life. Neon is so provocative for the sake of being provocative that there really is no thought process beyond, what's the most annoying thing I can say to make people mad right now? I'm not surprised the only people
Neon
entertained
also
by
had a
it
black woman call him master as well, apparently. What? Okay, send me a link to that. I did not see that.
are riding in the back of their mom's cars to school.
What did you say? F the woman, f the woman.
What? No, wait. We love women. We love women. We love women.
But not like transgenders.
No.
All gays
But by getting so much exposure from Aiden, Neon quickly grew a sizable following on Kick. As a dude who cares about nothing and will say anything to anyone if he thinks it'll get a reaction. I mean, him laughing at a random kid's dad working at Walmart really exposes him as the out-of-touch asshole he is.
What does your dad do for work?
Oh, he works at a Walmart warehouse.
No, I'm such a bad guy.
Like, that is someone who has never struggled for anything in his life. I'm sorry. If he can't set his dog shit
we don't think about how these people are doing like 15-hour streams a day. We don't even know 1% of the shit they all do every day that kids are watching. That's true. Right? We only see the highlights of like either the worst stuff or what people clip out. That's, yeah. Official phase 4th of July party guest list: Jason, Lacey, Silky, Max, Ron, Adapt, Kason, Rug, Swag. Bro, who's writing this? The freaking child? DDG, Sketch, Baki Ray, Cutie, Ludwig, Kaide. 10, Sakura. Let's see, Kyrie, Walito, Edward. You better leave my handwriting alone. A song on the right. These fans. Alan, I can't read. Josh Richards, okay, the TikToker, sure. Bryce Hall, Cinna. I don't even know what this says. I don't know what this says either. Or this one. Yeah, Neon's on the list. Yugi Arki, Extra Emily, Mello, Big X, Tay, Extra Emily, Aki, Funny Mike, whatever this one is. Eric, whoever this is, I can't read these. Yes, Bilu. Wait, Connor Reed's Pants is on the list. Connor Reed's Pants made it. Deshay. T Banks. Bilu. Hassan. XQC. Tara. Aiden? Yeah, Aiden was invited as well. I think that's Blau. No, it's probably Bilu, I think, right? Well, no, because Bilu's here. Yeah, no, I think they have Bilu twice. A big marketing party with a kind of list that kind of creeps into weird, that's kind of creepy, weird as normie adult. Name you can't read is YPK Ray. Wait, Delu is a different person? There's Delu and Bilu? There's multiple Mango replies? That's not surprising. Well, let me not free scroll on Twitter. What happened to Silu? Silu died. Rest in peace. Can you imagine Hassan, XQC, and Aiden at the same party? Yeah. Yeah, it is kind of funny to be like, oh, Connor on that list is crazy. I will also say Connor making the main list is kind of crazy. This is just confirm people. Oh, some of these guys back out once they see that Aiden and Neon are going. I want to believe most people have standards like Cutie and Lud. Oh, chat, lower your standards for all the people you watch. I found the article. Sounds racist to me. Neon accused of racism after referring to himself as master to a black woman. Yeah. Yeah. I just Google Connor does have a knowledge panel. Connor has a knowledge panel. I don't even have one, bro. That's unfair. But yeah, no, Silky's fine with this guy at the party, by the way. Silky's totally chill with this guy at the party. This is happening in 2023. But his own words, he said this.
When it comes to black people, come on, bro. What about this nigga like? What the fuck? Have y'all seen this nigga when it comes to black people? Come on, bro. Talk to somebody with a big 5 gifted. Oh, yeah, word. No racist in disguise in the crib. We good. We don't need that.
Really? Are you sure about that? Are you sure about that? Can you let them give Ajita's content and the Face Boys Heavy, Sorry Cheddars, Lud and Cutie are also kind of major fence sitters, and the two biggest of the group are outspoken are Slime and Aiden. I mean, yeah, that's all streamers. That's why I talk about the thin purple line all the time. Right? To be fair, he said in disguise, so he's fine with the open races. Oh, you're right. You're right. He said in disguise. But Miskiv's mistake is that he's not open enough. He should be more open with his racism. Right? Then they would like him. They would like him there. You can't know a streamer has stopped being racist until you get to know them really. So I don't know how many streamers call each other's friends all the time, barely knowing each other. Cloud, I guess. Yeah. Yeah. But I was being bad about on his channel. Chad, you just came in here and told me the sky is blue. What am I supposed to do with the information? You just came in here and was like, hey, Sean, just so you know, the sky is blue. It makes sense that to that point, too, why are the most outspoken Aiden doesn't stream such content in the CFL of Mogul and Slime streams like twice a week? Is that the money? Got money from the pod and biz, so don't rely on the atmosphere for money. They're attacking you for being a Lud Bud? Who's attacking me for being a Lud Bud? What did I do? Me? Fair. Okay, listen. I just like League Week content. All right, you can sue me. Miskif has repeatedly tried to elevate his black creator friends. Unfortunately, they never gain popularity. Can't say that for most other creators, they only want to collab once these creators gain relevance. You're not wrong, Chatter. You're not incorrect. I can't speak to like Miskif doing that because I haven't watched Miskif, right? But like you are correct, right? People don't collab with black streamers until black streamers get a little bit of clout. Right? That's how you got the resentment between the Poggers community and the WL community in the first place. Right? Black creators must demonstrate or prove their relevance before being allowed into the space. But and this is, I'll say this as well, this is something that you notice, right? Something that you notice. Right? Even up to now. You'll see black creators pulling in like 3,000 viewers. Not at the same events, but you'll see white creators pulling in a few hundred or so. And they right there. I'll say it. I won't get it. I won't start naming names, right? But I'll say that it's something that does exist. There are tons of black creators sitting at 1 to 5K viewers, right? That aren't like embedded in the large streaming landscape. That gets more viewers than some of the people that are like on this list. Wherever it was, they had closed it. Right? To be fair, there are a lot of black names on this list too, because it's like the face space. But you gotta be problematic and black to be boosted. Well, because like this is the problem. Like this is the only space boosting black streamers, really. So of course it will appear as though like, because there's this idea that like black streamers are all like loud and they're all yelling, they're all like, they all play 2K and they all are like the stereotypical version of blackness, right? And that's how all black streamers are. But what you have to understand is that the black streamers that you see, as someone who doesn't watch black streamers, are only going to be, yeah, that's just one space, exactly, right? But that's the biggest space that black streamers are occupying. The black streamers don't exist in other spaces, really, not really. So the most visible black faces you see are going to be the ones who do types of content that align with this, which is the like IRL streaming content and stuff. You know? It's like a kind of survivorship bias. It's not that there aren't other black streamers who do other diverse types of content. They exist. They just don't get notoriety because they're not performing the stereotypical version of blackness that, you know, white viewers want to laugh at. You know? And they just don't like, they're just not put on in the same way. Even when they do get big, they aren't mentioned as nearly as much. Corey Kenshin is huge, but rarely gets included in the top 10 list among his contemporaries from the time like Markiplier and Dan TDM. True. And Corey pulls in insane numbers. To be fair, he's always on break though. He needs to start posting more. He's making like a manga though, so like keep popping off. Black streamers kind of have to make their own space for that reason. Yeah. Which is why I understand and I get the resentment for like Miskiff or whatever. You know? Like I get it. I understand it. For the Pogger space. Right? Because as a black streamer, you don't see yourself represented in the same way as you see like other creators represented. And so because of that, the black creators went and they crafted their own space, doing that own type of content. So now as a black streamer, it's either you put yourself in the same box as like that type of content that just got popular from black streamers doing it, or you don't do that and you like suffer as a result. You know? Does anyone know what happened with Corey's manga thing that he's starting to make? Chapter 2 is coming out soon. I'm pretty sure. As this seems off topic, but it relates to the point you're making about, and it's about Static Shock. Oh yeah, I saw this as well.
I will miss you, my friend. And your good humor.
I'll miss you too, Anansi. I never knew how important it would be to meet a role model like you.
Role model?
Yeah, a black superhero. I don't know, it validates me somehow.
Heroes come in every color, my friend.
I know. It's just that sometimes I wish there was a black superhero back home for folks to look up to.
Oh, but there is. And he is my hero too. I will miss you, my friend. And your good humor.
Yeah. It's a good show. It's a great show. would you say the black space was always an edgy space, or did it overlap with other spaces so much that it just happened that way? I think what we consider the black space on Twitch only got to the way it is because AMP, right? Kai, Agent, Chris, all the AMP boys got very successful in their specific content lane, and that became the default content for black creators, right? That's what I think happened. It is not necessarily, there's nothing wrong necessarily with what the content that they're doing, like IRL content, the like rap adjacent content and stuff like that. The problem is like that is now being projected onto black creators across the entire industry, right? You could be a black gamer who plays Dead by Daylight, or a black gamer who plays Fortnite or Valorant or whatever, right? You could be a black cooking channel or whatever, right? But oftentimes the viewers in the space itself will try to put you in this box of, you're going to be doing WL content. That's what you're going to do, right? You need to be over there. You're not in the right space. You know? Like a good example of that is, you remember Streamer Camp last year? It didn't happen this year, but Streamer Camp that happened last year was an event that it was Cutie, Leslie, Box, and Myung all got, I think, 4 smaller streamers in their teams, or 3 small streamers in their team. I don't remember what it was. And they did like challenges and events and stuff like that for that, right? And there was a critique of, Streamer Camp was last year, I think, or the year before that. I don't remember. Anyway, the critique was, no, it was 2023. You're right, it's 2023. Anyway, the critique was that there were a lack of black voices, right? Or black streamers at Streamer Camp. And what the response from the space was, oh, it's just like, of course that's the case, because like it's just different audiences. The black people usually watch the WL people, and that's where the black streamers are, and they're not in like the Pogger space, you know? That was kind of the argument. They were like, yeah, but like probably less black people apply because black people want to be more over there to the Pogger space, or in the WL space, and they want to be in this Pogger space that we're in over here. Weren't Myth and Zoyo there? No, they weren't there for the Streamer Camp. I don't know. They weren't contestants at Streamer Camp. If that's what you were asking. Oh, that was Shit Camp. Yeah, Shit Camp is different, right? But that was the idea, right? Is that in response to the lack of diversity at Streamer Camp, there were people who were saying, oh, that's because black people just aren't in this space, you know? Black people belong over there, they don't belong over here. And so as a black streamer, you're either put into this box of you're going to be doing content like AMP, right? That kind of content, or you're not worth engaging with at all. There's no like space for like black freaking Fortnite players in the streaming landscape. Not really. Right? There's no like space for like black streamers who are not associated with or engaged with the WL space to exist in the like large streamer ecosystem. That's just, that doesn't happen. Dante and others have been around long enough to have been in the Poggers era / space. They were just never invited, so they created their own subspace. Yeah, exactly. Myth back in the day, I guess. Myth is an example of like as one example of, a black person who was in the space, but it just was not like a norm. Right? What is the WL space? WL space is like the successor to like the Pogger space, which is the space that occupies with not even necessarily the black side of Twitch. It's if you just take like AMP as a whole, It is kind of like the blacker side of Twitch. It's like the new age of Twitch. You could also put like the Phase Boys in the WL space as well, right? It's like the name is derived from, as the chatter is saying, they used to spam poggers in the chat when something exciting happens. Now they spam WL. Like W when something exciting happens, L is something that's not exciting that happens, you know? And so it's to define a different era of Twitch. Right? It's not necessarily like the black space, but it is a more black space because black people as a whole were not or did not feel invited or included in the pogger space. You know? You don't point to exceptions, but you have to look at the norms. Pogger space hasn't been inviting in general. Yeah. A lot of them came from 2K community, not all of them though. Yeah. At least WL didn't realize that you meant it like that. That was more of an acronym. No, the W just means like it's not an acronym, but it's a shorthand. W means win. L means loss. Spamming W means like something good is happening. Spamming L means that something bad is happening, and that is a newer version of that is a newer version of like spamming poggers or pog or whatever. You know? But that's why representation is important. And I spoke about this before, but that's why I started streaming, right? I started streaming because in the spaces that I watch and for the streamers that I've watched, there were just no fucking black people. Right? I would be watching streamers, and I won't start naming names, right? But I will be watching streams and from streamers that I watch and I enjoy, and I saw no black people, none. Events would happen, there would be no black people. King Weedoran, thank you for the 7-month subscription. Also, did I miss a bunch of subs?
Doing my part to fight online neo-segregation.
W. You think for 7 months? But yeah, I would be watching black stream, not black. I was watching non-black streamers, and then black people just wouldn't be at the forefront of these spaces. And so that's a big reason why I started streaming in the first place, right? Is so that I could show, right? I could show other young black kids that like you can be, you're welcome in this space. You feel me? Now there are a lot more black faces and voices at the top of the streaming landscape, but even then they're all put in this same bubble, right? They're saying, hey, if you want to be a black streamer, go over to the WL community. That's where you belong. You know? That's how you're treated in the space. Right, and hopefully I can change that. Hopefully I can correct that somehow, some way. Right? But this isn't a W community? No. We're making a new thing. I have nothing. But here's the problem, right? Here's the issue. And that is the pogger space is not growing. Right? That's the issue. The poggers space is not growing. It's not. And it's because the poggers space is not growing, the poggers community streamers, the same people who did not like invite black people to events or put on or shout out like other smaller black streamers, they're now chasing the WL space because those are where the numbers are. Right? And so if you are a black streamer and you're not directly associated with the WL community, there's no separate community for you because the poggers community is chasing the WL community as well. Because that's where the numbers are. So it's either you gotta go, you're gonna be a part of the WL community and you're gonna like it, right? Or you're gonna have to be fine with your own separate space over here. Right? So poggers is over, their audience is growing out. It's growing out, but it's not like it's not done. It's not over. Right? But the issue with it and the reason why it's growing out is because they didn't do enough work to cultivate and craft enough talent, right? In the first place. The poggers community dying is the same reason why the WL community exists in the first place. And that is, it was very insular, right? It was very, it was a who you know, it was a clique. It was a very cliquey situation, right? They did not do the work to craft and cultivate new talent, right? Or bring new people in. We're like, I don't care if you hate the WL space or like Kai and AMP or whatever, but like Streamer University just had significantly more smaller streamers there, like new streamers there, right? There were other people who were like not new streamers, but like it was like 75 of 75 people, like at least 50 of them were small streamers who had less than like 500 viewers, right? That's the shit that the poggers community just failed to do. Because they were so focused on building a very insular, cliquey like space. So the people who weren't involved in that built their own space. And now they're spending their time chasing those numbers, essentially. To a certain extent. These streams to push new creators isn't working with those progressive ads and such. What do you mean? If we're being real, most audiences are going to age out unless the content is more timely or timeless. I mean, yes, but like a part of like adaptation is also getting new talent, because you need new talent to bring in new content, right? And instead of like cultivating that new talent, they're just the new talent cultivated themselves and built their own brand, which is why like I can't even be mad at like Silky for his take on like Mizkif, right? Because this is progress to do so, but like not Mizkif specifically, but would the poggers space, if they had an event, invite Silky to it? If 4 years ago, the poggers space had a 4th of July event, would Silky be invited? And I think the answer is no. I think the answer is no. Is Kitty considered part of the poggers space? Yeah, I'd say so. I don't know what the chat is saying. The WL community low-key feeds into a lot of stereotypical and problematic behaviors that happens in the Black community. I feel like the audiences in other big white spaces act like that space is the only space Black people belong. A sense for some weird, unchecked desire to only see Black people when their behavior reinforces their ideas of what Black people are like. There is something minstrel-esque going on. I don't know how to articulate properly. No, I think that's 100%. Right? 100%. No, this is 100% the case. Like, it's what I was describing. Okay. I don't know if somebody in chat knows what day it was, but I covered this specifically. I saw a YouTube video about that by this Shauna Black creator once. True. But on my VOD channel, I had a VOD where I was covering this. Check, can you find me when Streamer Camp happened? It was 2023, but what day? If you can find it. Streamer Camp, not Shit Camp, Streamer Camp. Because I covered this in my reaction to what was going on then. Let's see. Google says July 27th through the 30th. Here, okay, we're gonna look at my Twitch tracker. July 27th to the 30th. Streams. Oh, I have a cool little this looks nice. Does it always look like this, chat? Do I always have a little crown here? That means I'm super cool and stuff. Was it July 27th to the 30th? Was it 2023? Yeah, his last stream was 3 days ago. And it's, yeah. Oh yeah, here it is. Here it is. It would have been the same thing. Here. Oh. It would have been the same thing. I have to find it like this because the comment was deleted when I went to look for it before, but it's still here. The comment said this. Right? There was a LSF post that basically said there was a lack of diversity at streamer camp. Where's it at? I don't remember what this post was. What was this day? It was React Gay Discourse is back. Okay. Let me see if I can find the actual VOD so I can read you the entire post. No. Okay, it's not that. Maybe it didn't save. I don't know, it's not important. Essentially what the post was saying is like there were streamer camp happened and there were just no black people there. That was the gist of the post. But this is one of the replies on the post. And it said, Michaela, Minecraft streamer, also spoke about a lack of diversity in the Minecraft community. Do you have a link to that? I know that creator. The person said, they're trying to imply racism, but the real reason is that most people of a certain race / cultural part of the world, or even within countries, gravitate towards other people who are similar to them. People naturally feel comfortable with people who look, talk, and come from the same culture as them. This happens in school, colleges, and workplaces as well. It's common on YouTube too. There is a reason why OTV and Friends people have a disproportionately Asian-dominated viewer base, why Texas streamers have a disproportionately white-dominated viewer base, and why WL streamers have a disproportionately black-dominated viewer base. Most likely, very few black people even signed up for this event because none of the 4 streamers running the event even have a lot of black viewers in the first place. Right? This was describing why there was a lack of why there were no black streamers included in streamer camp number 1 in the first place. Are you independent or registered Dem? Are you asking me, chatter, or are you asking this commenter? Yes, people congregate towards people similar to them. That's not how events work. I'm registered Democrat. Registered Democrat. That's right. The relevant question, chatter. No, let the chatter do what the chatter's doing. Like, me and the chatter know what's going on here, right? Leave that chatter alone. Me and the chatter guy, we got something going on here, right? I know what the chatter's putting down. Do you have an opinion on the OTV and Friends side of Twitch that's pretty insular, but it's kind of loosely connected with to a lot of other mainly gaming focused groups? OTV and Friends, I would put in the Pogger space, right? Like this is not like three distinct separate groups of people. Like because the Texas streamers and like the OTV and Friends space and like Cutie, Ludwig, they all collaborate with each other essentially. It's the same space, right? It's part of the Pogger space, right? But what this commenter is saying is that like, oh yeah, there were no black people at this event because you know, three of the hosts, the coaches for this event were Asian and one was white, so therefore all Asian and white people, you know, watch other Asian and white people and no black people watch them. Was this pre-Sydney or post? This is pre-Sydney. This happened 2 years ago. Right? And I felt some type of way because like I watch more like OTV and Friends content than I do watch for like Texas streamers or the WL community. And this is the problem, is that if you're a black viewer of OTV and Friends content, these people are trying to put you in the box of you must go watch Kai right now. We don't want you here. We don't like your kind here. Go watch Kai. You must go watch Kai. Right? And that doesn't make me feel very welcomed, I will say, in the space. And as an up and coming streamer, right? As a streamer who's trying to grow like my audience, it feels like not the streamers themselves, but like, I feel like sentiment like this is saying you must go over there. You don't belong in this space. As a black streamer, right? Because the audience that watches OTV and Friends are Asian people, they don't want to see you. Go somewhere else. That's what I get, right? That's what I hear when I see takes like this. And if I'm hearing this, I know other black kids are also hearing this. And so I'm hoping that I can grow in this space and to show like other black kids that you don't have to be put in this box that you have to be in or they're trying to put you in, right? You don't have to go over to the rest of the black people and do Twitch justified segregation. I will say WL space has been more inviting to collabs with streamers outside of their space than the Poggers have. RDC's invited multiple times. And Kai has been doing the same with his events. 100%. They are way more accommodating than like the Pogger space as a whole deserves. You know? Also, I've been with HG fans find your YouTube thumbnails and they are being really racist about it. They can cry. Also, they found my YouTube thumbnails like a month ago and they were crying about it then and no one cared. Maybe now it'll catch on. Right? I can send them to them if they want to, you know? I can show my favorite one. Hold on. I'll show y'all my favorite one too. This one. This was my favorite. Oh, wait. It's not that. Hit. Stop trying to play. Okay, I have to open it up here. Pictures. YouTube. Ooh, this one's pretty good too. That one's pretty good. Where's it at? Oh, this one's pretty good. This one's solid. It's your latest one they're crying about? Oh, my magnum opus? What do I call it? What did I call it? Oh. This one. Yeah. This one was pretty good. This one was pretty good. In the trial, play the full inward comp. I don't get it. He's just saying, I'm suing you now. Yeah. What are they getting mad about this? Okay, I need to know, chat. What are they getting mad about this? What about this makes them mad? What about this upsets them? I'm curious. Have a look. Okay. What is this thumbnail? Why does he always make it about race? It's not even really part of the lawsuit because he has no other defense. Cry. I would reply, but I'm banned. I'd reply, but they banned me. Also, yeah, like what lawsuit? Crazy say when Ethan has done literal blackface. I didn't make any ascriptions about Ethan at all. I didn't even make this about race. I Googled Ethan Klein. This is the picture that came up. I'm sorry. What do you want me to do about it? The video is still up, by the way. You can't get mad at me for using this picture when you can search up Ethan Klein, the Black Challenge. It's the video, it's the thumbnail. It's the thumbnail of the video. It's right there. How is it my fault? Why are they getting mad at me? What did I do? Oh yeah, I forced Ethan Klein to do a little bit of blackface. I apologize. He's activated my trap card. I'm black. His identity is that he's black. Chad has done this exact same type of thunder before. He has a weird race submissive fetish where he gets degraded by Ethan. Should I keep others out of your fetish? Okay. These people are insane. Like, Ethan Klein posted himself in blackface. What, do you want me to just ignore it? Want me to just ignore it? You know what? I might post this to my Twitter. Also, I don't get, where's this idea that like I'm mad at Ethan because I'm black or whatever? I just said he's suing me. I just said Ethan Klein is suing me. And he says, I'm suing you now. And I say, objection. Well, I can't be Ace Attorney? Why are they making this about my race? Do they think you photoshopped him? I don't know. Maybe I should reply. Well, I can't reply. I'm blocked and banned. They hate to see Sean as a lawyer. True. A black lawyer scares the kleinsmen. I'm sorry. You need to do whiteface to be Ace Attorney? You're right. He's literally not called Sean the Black. I get that white people are trying to be nice, but it's literally racist to not call Sean by his actual name. It's Sean the Black. No, it's Sean the Black. Duh. D-A. Also, it's one word. Stop putting a space in my name. It's Sean the Black. It's one word. It's not Sean the Black. Duh is not my middle name. Yes, Sean, District Attorney Black. They hate to see a black man win. BMW stands for Black Man Winning. Black man winning. They hate to see a black man in a BMW. Exactly. Thanks for showing us that you deserve zero sympathy, Sean. Enjoy court. Sure. They're crying. 1.2 thousand views 2 hours ago. Please don't click and watch this video. I'm sorry, Vegetable Monk. Are you insinuating that people create a market substitute of my work just after it got published? You know what, Vegetable Monk? I'm suing you. Actually, I won't sue you if Ethan Klein apologizes to me. You have 48 hours. You have 48 hours. Ethan Klein must issue an apology to me directly, or else you're being sued. And it must be a sincere apology. It must be a sincere apology too. It is probably amending the process of in the process of amending his original complaint to add defamation claim as we speak. These people are so dumb and clearly not understand how the law works. Go for it, you know? Sue me for defamation for putting Ethan Klein in blackface. Oh wait, then you should sue a fucking terrorist wife too. Where do you think I got this screenshot from, you fucking morons? Where do you think I got it from? Do you think I made this up? Do you think I Photoshop edited him in blackface? Yeah, I made AI of Ethan Klein. It's right there. They're so stupid. Also, defamation where? Fuck you, sue me for defamation for putting him in blackface that he already was in. And then putting a word that he uses frequently, consistently, in a speech bubble of him saying it. Of him saying he was suing me. Fuck you, suck my dick. Cry, cope, seethe. And this is the point, chat. This is the point. They're mad because they ain't got shit on me. That's why they're crying about, he's no sympathy for Ethan. You don't have any sympathy for Ethan. You have no sympathy for Ethan. Just leave Ethan alone. Ethan's gonna sue you now. He's gonna sue you for defamation because they ain't got shit on me. Right? They're crying. And they can continue to cry. Cry, cope, seethe. Cry, cope, seethe. I don't know what you want me to tell you. I am quoting Ethan Klein. Every single word he said here, he has said before. Every picture in here is a real picture, except the one with me, with Ace Attorney. But the rest of it are real. They're real. These are real things that he has done. What do you want me to do? What do you want me to say? Right? If you want to get mad at one, get mad at like this one. I like this one. This one's my favorite. I like this one. This one is good. I like this one. This one is also good.
Sean, the
but I have a few more. I have a few more.
Tesla just subscribed.
I like this one too. This one is also good. I like this one. This one's also good. You know what's even crazy about the situation? He's currently platforming his audience to harass these streamers. He's suing and actively coaching it on intentionally, not intentionally, while also blaming Hassan for not stopping his viewers from calling Ethan a Zionist or critiquing him. Yeah. The funniest part is to be like directly involved in a mass harassment campaign, right? And then to be like, you're being meanie bobini to Ethan. How dare you? You're being meanie bobini to Ethan. These are fire thumbnails. That's what I'm saying. Like, yeah, I just got off of my 9-hour shift of doing harassment against Frogan, right? This one too? What is this one? Oh, they don't like this one? Okay, hold on, wait, hold on. I have it somewhere. Oh, wait, this one's also pretty good. I also like this one. Giving you my Prime sub this month. Keep on keeping on. Thank you, Tesla Cyrus. Tesla Cyrus. Much appreciated. I appreciate the Prime sub. There's also this one. There's also this one that apparently they're getting mad at. Like, I'm sorry. Stop giving me quotes. Stop giving me quotes. I'll stop saying the quotes that you say. Wait, are you in the mushroom cloud? Yes, in this one, I am in the mushroom cloud. It's me. I put myself in the background in the mushroom cloud. Like, she did call you Dedas and Frogan monkeys. Yeah. The harassment of Frogan during her stream skyrocketed for like 3 days leading up to when he announced he was suing. So now he had to be like in the grimy chats, hyping himself up, asking for help getting some clips or something. Yeah. Not even just that, but like Google, like Google, you can like search Frogan here, right? And go to freaking media and just see how much they post Frogan. So fuck you, suck my dick. You know what I mean? Like how much they post like memes of Frogan. Fuck you, suck my dick. Ethan deserves this significantly more.
Why is
like, look.
Just subscribed. Much love.
Look.
Keep on keeping on.
Ethan deserves this significantly more. This is the first video of yours I've watched. I literally clicked because of the thumbnail made me laugh. Which one is it? Oh yeah, the Nuke Watch one. That one's also pretty good. It's where's that? This one. I didn't know you could search like that. Yeah. Like, I'm sorry, they can cry about it. They can cry about it. I stand by all these thumbnails. Right? This is just Ethan's saying Sean the nice guy, obviously. Right? This was pretty good. Hassan said, I don't care. This was pretty good. I like this one too. Right. Let me defend Israel. No. This is just a direct quote from Ethan. Yeah. Ethan said this before. You can check the compilation. Right. This the only thing that's incorrect about this one is the fact that Noah Sampson's in here. Noah Sampson didn't say wake up Ethan technically. This is also a direct quote. So, yeah. This is also a direct quote. Yep, he said this. So, just to be aware. This is also a quote he said, you know. I'm suing you now. Objection. Right? And then Nuke Watch. As you can tell, I love my speech bubbles. Right? I feel like you could tell a story with the speech bubbles, you know? Like, to convey things. like something like words or something, is clearly attempting to garner a specific type of audience, creating dodgy lawsuits against people who find his politics garbage, who he thinks he can take down with money. Yeah. And the funniest part is I love to watch the Ethan Kleinsmen coping, right? They want me to be crying. You can tell by their reactions. Like, they want me to be like, oh, this is going to cost me so much money. Oh, it's so sad. Oh, Ethan, please don't sue me. Oh, Ethan, please leave me alone. And they're mad, not at what I'm doing, but they're mad that they're not getting that reaction from me. They're mad that I'm not pissing and shitting myself about this potential lawsuit or whatever. Right? Yeah, stop having a good time. Stop laughing at Ethan. They're calling you a professional victim and are mad that you're not acting like a victim. Yeah. They're mad that I'm dancing on them. And they can cry about it. That's why they're like, well, that shows he's not remorseful. Good luck in the lawsuits, Sean. They're coping. They're coping. You changed ever since you started dropping banger thumbnails. To be fair, I've had this process before I was even live streaming on YouTube. They just want anyone to give a reaction. His fan base, like I mentioned, I literally stream here and there for fun, and I had someone come in talking about Ethan in the comments I made in stream. Like, we don't even know what Ethan is suing you for remorsefully or about what. Yeah, like, they're fantasizing, being like, oh, Ethan's gonna have a field day cooking up a defamation lawsuit against Sean for making the words that he has said in a speech bubble of a picture of Ethan Klein that he put out himself. You know? Sure. Okay. Does any of Ethan's fan base still consider themselves progressives? Yeah, probably. Yeah, how dare you quote me? I was gonna click this, but it's just not like us again. True. I can see the little neat headlines that he likes to put out there. 3 Sean, victim of SWB, streaming while black. Dun dun. It's not. It is kind of funny to like accuse me of being off base, right? Accuse me of being off base, for quoting Ethan. Like, I don't know what you want me to tell you.
I ain't trying to do nothing. I'm just saying. Don't call me that name.
What?
He called me a Democrat.
That's funny. Not particularly relevant, but that's still funny. Okay, does the chatter that I asked for that link have the link? It's not enough. Wait, also them being like, don't watch this video, don't give it any views. What, do you not want to see what I say about Ethan suing me? Are you not just a little bit curious, chatter? Are you not just slightly curious? Don't you want to know? Don't you want to know what I have to say? Just go ahead, just click it. Go ahead, just click the video. Just click the video. Just go ahead and watch it. Just see. Maybe leave a comment asking for clarification. Maybe leave 2 comments asking for clarification. You know, just why not? You are the forbidden fruit. Anyway, back onto the topic of discussion. How crazy would it be if the whole take is don't watch it, don't give it views, and he pops up on stream and commentates on it? Why is it not playing? Oh, it's muted. Anyway, sorry. Back to the discussion we're having about representation. Also, it's muted here.
I know.
Representation in the space.
I don't know if you guys can
this
tell.
This is Michaela. Wait, what?
I don't know if you guys can tell. I am black. What?
True. This is Michaela, a Minecraft streamer who is black, talking about her experience.
I know. I don't know if you guys can tell. I am black.
What?
I know. It's crazy.
That's crazy.
And I feel like a running theme, at least I see it quite a lot, is I am one of the few, sometimes the only black person in events or servers or just like in like groups. And it's been something that has been pointed out to me since I started content creation. I think one of the things I was really worried about when I got into the Minecraft space is I would see on Twitter all the time, like, Happy Black History Month, here's 5 black creators you can watch for only this month, and then ignore the rest of the year. And I didn't want that attention because I didn't want to be, and I still kind of don't want to be the token black creator, the token black girl that's in like the friend groups. And that is something that like I would like to see a change in. I feel like there are so many great creators of color in general, both female and male, but I feel like they're not being as
uplifted in a way.
as uplifted, as seen. And I'm very fortunate to even be sat here with you guys, but I would like to see more of an increase of that. And I can rant about this for days. I've been thinking, I've been telling Amy about this for years. Like,
I am Amy. It's something that you've struggled with for a while. Specifically what you said about the Black History Month, whereas I remember one time you spoke to me about that, whereas you don't want to just be part of a quota. Whereas like somebody just uses your name and likeliness to go, that's enough activism for today.
I feel like it's like, I've seen this before where I've seen like, we need more blank, like I've seen it online a bunch where I've seen like, we need more blank creators on blank. And then it'd be like, oh my God, let's add Michaela Dark Eyebrows in. And I'm like, I don't want to be that. I just want to be like me. Like, I think it's cool. Like, obviously, like I like hanging out with everyone. I love being invited to things, but I hate just being seen as, oh, she's the black friend. Oh, she's the black creator. Like, I just want to be the friend, the creator.
Yeah, there's nothing in like front of it. You just want to be Michaela.
Yeah.
100%.
Yeah, and you can't, and this is the issue, and people oftentimes take the wrong lesson from this, right? To be like, oh, well, just stop calling her like the black friend or like the black person in the group, right? That's not the lesson. The lesson is that will happen organically, right? She will stop being
really worried
like
about
the black friend organically when there are more black people in the space as a whole, when it's not unique or different to see a black person in the space, when it's not weird. Okay, TikTok, that's why I had you muted. When it's not weird, right, for a black person to occupy that space. I didn't see 31K followers. Congrats, thank you. But that's the point. That's the idea. And it's very easy, and oftentimes you will see creators who do put on events or put on or gaming events or stuff, like even like Twitch Rivals, stuff like that. You will see them go back to their black friend, the black person that they're comfortable with, right? And that's why that person gets brought to all these events and gets taken seriously in these events, right? But then they just start to occupy the role as, the black person in the space, as opposed to a person in the space that happens to be black. Right? And that's sort of the issue that you ran into. Like, it's not that there weren't black people or black voices in the Pogger space, it's that the few that were there became, right, the embodiment of the term tokenization, right? Not active participation on their end, but they became the default person to be like, oh, if they even thought about diversity at all, oh, let's just insert this person. Oh, let's just make sure this person is there. That's why they kept repeatedly using the same black people for Twitch Rivals. Yeah. Like, and it still happens. Right. And that's all pretense to how you got the WL space rising in the first place. And now you have a different problem, which is now black people are expected to be Kai. Right? This is not a slight on Kai or Speed, but like now, if you're a black streamer, you're expected to be Kai. You're expected to be Speed. You're expected to be Agent. You're expected to perform or act as them, even if you're not them. Right? Because that's now the expectation of what blackness is. So people now crafting events and stuff, they don't want like a black person right there. They want a stand-in for blackness there, essentially. You know? What if Twitch pushed up black creators up, explicitly labeling them so that the poggers community proliferates? Well, the problem is that it's too late for the poggers community. Honestly, I think it's the poggers community can't be saved, in my personal opinion. It's too late for that. That should have happened 4 or 5 years ago. You know what I mean? But Twitch also won't do it because Twitch runs into the same issue and the same problem. Twitch doesn't want the responsibility of putting on creators at all. Twitch, in the same way that these like Pogger streamers are clout chasers, essentially. They are chasing numbers, right? They want their talent to create the audience for themselves so Twitch can latch onto it, right? And then push them even further and use them as a face. Twitch was not there helping Kai grow. Kai's talked about this before. Twitch was not there assisting Kai's growth, giving Kai the tools he needs to grow into being the powerhouse that he was, right? Kai grew to that position, and then even being the largest streamer had to like beg for acknowledgement from Twitch. Twitch didn't talk about the Mafiathon, even though it was the most successful subathon ever on the platform until like the final week. You know? The last few days. That's the issue. That's the problem. They only talked about it after Ludwig pointed it out. Yeah. There's a reason he doesn't go to the Streamer Awards. Yeah, there is a reason why he doesn't go to the Streamer Awards. Right? And Kai has talked about this before. I can't remember where it is or where I can find it, but I remember seeing Kai talk about it, right? Is that like, I think part of it is because like he's bigger than the Streamer Awards now. But like when Kai was like a smaller streamer, Kai's been streaming for years. Right? Kai's been streaming for years, since before Streamer Awards even started. But like Kai and AMP as a whole, and that space was not involved with the stuff like the Streamer Awards. They weren't invited to shit camp. Right? They just weren't. You know, they had to claw themselves into relevancy. And now that they're in, or they're at the established position of relevancy, now people are like, okay, let's get Kai for this event. Let's collaborate with Kai. Let's bring Kai in. Let's bring Speed in. You know what I mean? Aiden blew Kai up. Aiden was a part of that for sure. Right? But like that's why you don't see Kai putting on a priority of collaborating with like the Pogger space. You know? Kai said something like they want his audience, but how could he send his audience to a place where nobody looks like them there? Exactly. If you find Kai saying that, I want to see that as well. But like that's exactly it. Right? And they're not, this is the problem, is even now, even knowing that, the Pogger space is not trying to change. Right? Even knowing that, right? Even seeing that being the case, the Pogger space still doesn't want to change. Right? Because they're still chasing what Kai is providing now. Instead of trying to like, okay, let's do some internal looking into this space, right? The reason why we are losing relevance is because we failed to adapt, right, to the space, to the times, right? And bring in and cultivate new talent and find talent like Kai, right? And give them a space to grow. But instead of doing that, they're now like, oh, let's just go collaborate with Kai. Let's just see what Jason has to offer. You know what I mean? Let's just go with the Phase Boys and see what they got going on. Right? Let's just see what AMP has going on. Let's just go over there. Let's just get in that space. Let's just go to the RDC's events. Let's just go there. Let's see those spaces, right? You think Cutie is trying to do that a little with her collapse now? Do what? Which part? I think mainstream white streamers become stale. They absorb black creators and turn stale streamers into W streamers to bring in more people. Like new talent? Not particularly. Like, okay, but she jumped on the boat a little too late. Yeah. I was curious, not making any claims here. No, I want to make sure I want to address the take you're saying and not what I think you're saying, or not what I imagine you're saying. But as T Street said, like, I think like this is the issue with like the space as a whole, and that like it just does not do a good enough job at bringing and cultivating a diverse set of talents. Talent. It's like, if you know what it feels like, I'll give you this as from my perspective as a black streamer. It feels like you are expected to dance monkey dance a little bit. You as a black streamer are expected to perform and prove your worth to be involved in the Pogger space. And I don't feel like that for like the WL space or like what Kai is crafting. Like, I feel like if I applied to Streamer University, there was a good chance that I could have gotten in. Right? I didn't feel as though I'm being gatekept from that space if I so choose to want to engage in that space. Right? But I do feel that way for the Pogger space. Right? I do feel like there's a barrier for me getting involved in that space because they don't want me there, essentially. And that's the issue. Are you too big for Streamer U? I don't think so. There are people who average less than 30 who got in. Yeah. The thing that I think is good about Streamer University, there are a lot of problems I talked about. The thing about it is good is they had a wide diversity of streamers. They had streamers who had like 30 average viewers, streamers who had like 100 average viewers, and streamers who had like 1,000 average viewers all at the same event. They just did. You know what I mean? Like, a lot of that applies for black in all spaces. That's true. Never even really heard or thought about it. It's kind of crazy how split the community is. Yeah. A black streamer has to be exceptional, but white creators are welcomed on vibes or whatever. I mean, it's the case. Do Streamer U next year, please. I mean, my goal is to be larger than Streamer U next year, right? If everything goes according to what I want, my wishful thinking, I will be too large for Streamer University. Like, if I get accepted in Streamer University next year, I want people to complain about it because I'm too big. That's what I want to happen. You know? I think I'm crazy, but part of being initiated into the Pogger community is being disparaging towards your own group, i.e. self-deprecating race jokes. That's not necessarily part of being initiated into the Pogger community. This is what happens for marginalized people in all spaces, specifically like predominantly white spaces, right? And something I talked about when talking about like what happened with OTV a little while ago, right? That is, there was a situation where Scar made a joke about Sydney being dark or whatever. And existing as a black person in a predominantly non-black space, there has to be a level of allowance you have for like self-deprecation or just deprecation in general, right? It's like a tax for the privilege of hanging around, right? The non-black people. There is a level of, they get to make jokes about you, right? They get to make racial jokes about you. You just have to accept that. You have to eat that. You have to take it. And that exists for all spaces, including the streaming space. Not always, no. I mean, I didn't say always. I said, for the most part, like by and large, this happens a lot in non-black spaces. Right? Yeah, you can find an instance where it doesn't happen, but I'm explaining to you a common theme, right? It happening at all is a problem, chatter. And it happens more than just briefly. Oh, okay. This is literally me talking about it. And I try to point out, this is not unique to the Black experience. I'm talking from the Black perspective because I am Black. That's what I can tell you, right? But an Asian chatter brought up Uncle Rogers. There's a good video by an Asian creator talking about this in reference to the whole emotional damage shit. Yeah. This is not something that is unique to the Black experience, but all marginalized people talk about this, right? Because the audience is overwhelmingly white, because white people are a majority in this country, right? It's either you are, insert your identity, that's who you are, and people don't care, or you become a stereotype of your identity. You know what I mean? And then people start looking at you because it reinforces their mindset. It reinforces your stereotype, and then they engage with you. Yeah. Of course, it happens. I was just saying that it doesn't have to be something we accept or have to deal with. Well, I'm not, making a moral description of it being good. I'm just saying that this is something that does happen. And it does exist, and something you can be wary of when you are existing as a Black person. Why do I have so many freaking DMs here? Oh. Okay. I'll get on in a second. Yeah. And that's just the Black experience in this regard. I never insult my light-skinned friends in front of my white people. It's wrong. Yeah, it's like, yeah, this is like this intercommunity stuff, right? Black people will do like dark jokes and light-skinned jokes between ourselves in our communities, but when it's happening in mixed company, it's different because it feels like it gives that mixed company allowance to do it as well, which is why you will see like, white people or non-Black people making Black jokes towards and at Black people, and it hits. If there's no Black people in the space, it's super weird. It's super gross. And even if there's one Black person, then they're the target of that, and it's also super weird and gross, right? I was calling myself Palestinian American because I need white folks to reckon with my existence identity, especially because all the spaces I am in are predominantly white. I know a lot of other Palestinian Americans who will try to obfuscate their identity and make it seem self-defeating. I'm proud of being a Palestinian, and I want to be known as such, specifically because of how uncomfortable it makes folks who treat my identity as inconvenient. Yeah, that's base chatter. Like how women joke with each other and call each other bitch, but it's not always okay. But it's not okay when men do it. But yeah. I don't necessarily have a take that like I think we're past the point of fixing it for the Poggers space. And I honestly I don't think the Poggers space wants to fix it anyway. Even if we get to the position where like the Poggers space wants to fix this and like rectify this dynamic, I don't think they can, but I don't think they want to fix it anyway. Right? Because the people in the Poggers space are just kind of complacent. Right? It's like if you saw Cinna and how Cinna grew to being such a powerhouse in the streaming ecosystem and landscape, like Cinna wasn't getting invited to shit before collabing with AMP. Cinna was growing in like the Austin streaming space, right? But like she wasn't like getting crazy insane numbers until AMP brought her in, right? Took a chance on her, brought her in, and then legitimized her in a way. So then she's inviting to events in that way, right? So now you'll see like Burial Cart where Cinna is invited, but like two years ago, that wasn't necessarily the case. I think Miz constantly invited her. That's kind of downplaying. well, that's not necessarily the same because again, I said she was in the Austin streaming landscape. Nick's also black, you know, so that's not absolving like the predominantly white or predominantly non-black streaming ecosystem or landscape to have a black person bring in another black person. It doesn't totally skip over that dynamic, you know. Well, yeah, but I'm not sitting here saying that she there was nothing there. There was something there. You know? Yeah, Hassan's chat didn't really find black content creators. Hassan brought them to the stream. Yeah, but even then, right? Even then, like, I don't think chat cares enough to look or find them. Like, why do they hang out with Agent and not much with other black content creators? Like, the answer legitimately is like they're just not clouded enough, you know? Right? It's this entire thing that I'm describing is a game of clout. It's a clout game. Right? And I don't want to sit here and say that every streamer's interaction with a black person is like inherently not genuine, but it's a lot more lucrative to collab with somebody who has 10, 20, 1,000 concurrent viewers, right? But that is just never extended to like smaller black creators or smaller, not even just black creators, you know what I mean? Smaller marginalized creators in general. You ain't seeing trans people at the top of the streaming landscape. You know what I mean? Like white people on Twitch are not attracted to black people's streams or content or etc. until they want to become hip or cool. Not even just attracted. It's just that like when you are a black face, people are just because like what this person was saying here. Oh, wrong thing. I closed it. About like people have a bias towards people that look like them. That's overall true and correct, unless something gets them over that hump or that bias. And what that could be in some cases is, being co-signed by your favorite streamer, right? Yeah, like, smaller creators in general are not sought out. The problem deepens the more marginalized the creator is. Yeah. Like, I can speak from what I've seen. Again, I won't start naming names. I ain't trying to be messy, right? I ain't trying to be messy. But what I've seen streamers with smaller numbers than myself in these spaces, right? I've not been invited to a single Twitch Rivals event, not a single one, right? But I've seen people consistently dropping it, getting invited to different events and stuff, right? And it's not even just myself. I follow a lot of black streamers, right? They have extremely large followings off platform, millions of followers off platform, right? They're not involved in the streaming landscape as a whole. They're not invited to events. Not really. It's all about who you know. It is all about who you know. It is a game of who you know, right? And getting into the who you know space is a lot harder to do when you're marginalized, right? People don't really want to know you. This isn't even a streaming thing. This is like an industry thing. The entertainment industry, it's so difficult for you to network and get into these spaces when you're a marginalized person, if you're a black person, right? Especially if you're a black woman, like people just don't take you seriously. Right? Sound like the corporate world? Yeah, because it's white supremacy as a whole. Because it happens in the corporate world as well. Right? And you've actually met some of these people too, and you're still not invited to shit. To be fair, I could ask if I wanted to. You know what I mean? So I'm not even like the best example because I got a leg up in this situation. Right? Also, I am a political, so that might be another thing. But like, yeah, like that's the case. It's who you know. The who you know shrinks based on typical power structures and the usual suspects of white folks uplifting other white folks. Yeah. Does location matter when you're smaller? Like, do you need physically near other content creators to come up? No. In gaming, not at all. In other spaces, probably yes. No, I disagree. Right? Because that's not going to like fix your issue or whatever. You know, you're not going to immediately be in the space by just being physically closer. Like, I freaking moved to LA. I haven't done shit here, if we're being entirely real. As a black woman trying to find herself in the art and design. Wait, did my stream fail? Did I F? My stream is fine. No? Okay. They're good. Okay, my Ethernet disconnected. But I'm on Wi-Fi, so it's fine. As a black woman trying to find herself in the art and design industry, I can 100% vouch for how difficult it is. You're not taken seriously, let alone the fact that almost everyone in the room doesn't want to interact with you. Yeah. I'm the problem. It's me. Like, YouTube is still up there. Okay. Okay, we're chill. We're good. But yeah, that's my view of the streaming landscape. And I don't necessarily see it fixing itself or remedying itself. In that way. I just don't know. Like, there are a bunch of smaller black content creators that I don't know how they would get over that hump. Like, I'm blessed to be in a position where, like, I'll just ride off Hassan's coattails until the end of time. You know what I mean? I'm chilling. I'll do it. I'm not above it. Right? But like, having that connection point for me puts me at a significant advantage in other black creators. Right? And even then, it's not perfect. Right? Mostly because Hassan does nothing to help me establish a foothold in the streaming industry because he's a fake champagne socialist who wants me to fail because I'm black. That's why I'm siding with Ethan Klein. I talked about it earlier. I stand by it. 10 toes down. Yeah. Bro, I could have been gaming with T-Pain. And no, he didn't want to add me to the lobby. Fake friend. Crazy. Fake friend Hassan. I'm saying. For with Hassan, Ethan Klein, new do-rag, bro. Listen, if I see Ethan in do-rag, I want to jump off a stair. Could have been in Wisconsin. True. Would you sing Drank for T-Pain? Nah. I wouldn't disrespect him like that. Big friend couldn't even give you 25K. 75K, but you're totally correct. You're right. Yeah, that's all I have to say. Anything else, chat? I yapped for so freaking long today. Maybe one day we'll play a game. I'm sprung. Dog, you got me. Got me doing things I never do. Does that help you? He'll be your white savior. No, I didn't say that. Hey, sometimes give me my white savior, bro. If it means I'm clouded up. Are you a League of Legends streamer? I guess I'm a League of freaking Legends streamer. That's what the article wrote about me. Check with for wiki media release. I saw. I'll get it to you, chatter. Is there anything else I need to do before I go offline? After this wiki media release? I am the copyright holder. My name. Oh wait, for this. Watch the latest video. True, watch the latest video. Do you just want money and followers? Yes, I want clout. I'm clout hungry. Give me all the money and followers. True, watch the latest video, chat. It is, we're at 3K views. Woo! Let's see how it's doing actually. I sprung. Dong, she got me. I want to make wings, chat. I made some honey buffalo wings yesterday, and man, were they kind of delicious. My videos have a whole hard code to get through. Hey, it's 1 out of 10 by an insane degree. Jeez Louise. It's 1 out of 10 with 4.2 thousand views. My next closest was 3,000. If this video gets to 50,000 views, I'll do something. What would I do? The leftover sub loves your thumbnail, by the way. Thank you. I try my best. Air fryer stream? Technically, I already have to cook a pizza. Ace Attorney marathon stream? Okay, I don't know about marathon. I'm not doing a 50-hour stream. Like, are you serious? Another air fryer? I get a 4th air fryer? Sure. Every time something good happens in my streaming career, I just buy another air fryer. I saw my boy at the gym wearing an I Am Music shirt and wondering to myself how often he says fine shit. Stop. Probably all the time. All the time. Okay. Is there anything else, chat? When is the 30-hour stream? I have to go back home in July. So either go to Alves. I could go to Alves. Maybe a full-time editor if it gets 50K. Dog, I can't afford a full-time editor, bro. Yes, please. Visit Maya. Alves would be cool. A good Maya collab is always fun. Alves. If Maya will have me, I'll go. I'm not against it. I don't want to bother Maya though. She seems busy, you know? This is how I feel about all of my collabs. I feel like if I ask for a collaboration, I'm like bothering them. You know? Eventually maybe done. Where's home at for you? If it's okay to ask. While I'm being sued? Yeah, no, I live in LA. That's the Black experience. I feel the same way. He's a liar chat. He'll never collab. Okay. It's not that I will never collab. It's that I feel like I'm a bother to people. You know? This is why I don't ask for help. I'll be at work and like a water cooler is it's like falling on me. And it's like, it's gonna smush me. And I'm like, but it's between me and dying. And I'm like, no, don't worry, I got it. Don't worry, no need to help me. No need to help me. No, it's fine. No, don't even. And they're like, you need any help? I'm like, no, don't even worry about it. Don't even worry about it. It's fine. I'll figure something out. That's how I feel. I could literally be like dangling off of a cliff And they're like, yo, you need some help? I'm like, no, I'll figure out how to get myself out of this situation. I'll get out of here somehow. Don't worry about it. No, don't bother yourself. Don't walk over. It's fine. That's how I feel like about everything. That's it. What if they're waiting for you to ask? Well, then we're going to be at an impasse here. We're going to be at an impasse here. You're waiting for me to ask. I'm waiting for something. I don't know what I'm waiting for. And I'm like, well, if this is how I die, if this is how I die, that's social anxiety. It can be overcome. You deserve success. It's not a problem to ask others to be part of your life. Have you considered that it is a problem and I'm the problem? It's me, as Taylor Swift said. You know what tickled my peaches, chat? Gosh darn it. I found out that some people, when they get a mutual from a famous person, they just DM them, right? I was talking to my creator friend who's on TikTok, and then she was like, oh yeah, like Hassan followed me back and I just DM'd him. I was like, you can't do that. And she was like, yes, you can. I'm like, oh. Look, isn't that weird? And she's like, why would it be weird? They followed me. I'm like, huh. You know, that makes a lot of sense, actually. that makes a lot of sense, actually. It's just why one of my therapists was my first person to tell me that it's just normal. I always took a personal affair if I wasn't. I was like, oh, I guess I tried. I genuinely tried to find a reason why that would be weird to do, and I could not think of one. I was like, no, but like what if they didn't what if they find it weird of me to DM though? I was like, well, no, they followed me, and if it's weird, they just won't reply. I was like, huh, that makes a little bit of sense. Right? And then I realized I follow people sometimes and they DM me. And I'm like, and I reply. Like, I think nothing of it. You know what I mean? Like, sometimes people I follow somebody and they DM me, yo, I love your content. Thanks for the follow back. I'm like, yo, no, appreciate it. I'm just like, oh, that makes sense, you know? But when I'm on the other side of it, I'm like, what if they think I'm a clout chaser, you know? What if they think I'm a clout chaser though? What if they think that I'm stupid and I'm dumb and I'm a clout chaser and that they actually hate me internally, and then they unfollow me being like, haha, I didn't want you to actually DM me, you're stupid, and they unfollow me. And then they take a screenshot of that and they post that on Twitter. And everybody's laughing at me and stuff. You know? What if that happens? Then what do I do? Then what do I do? Just overthinking it? You know, I think I have a healthy amount of thinking it, honestly. You still would have done nothing wrong in that regard, but I would feel like I was doing something wrong, you know? Or you need therapy? No, I think I'm the normal one here, chat. I think I'm the normal one, and y'all are the weird people. I'm normal. You catastrophize some more and then you think about more worst possible outcomes. I feel like we're having a breakthrough. And then reply, sue them. Okay, I overthink every interaction I have with another human too. I'm not over, this is regular amount of thinking. This is a regular amount of thinking. Just do it. Wait, what am I doing again? Do you think it's too late now to be like, thanks for the follow back if somebody followed me like 2 years ago? If they were just like, I'm like, yo, thanks for the follow back. It's been a little bit. It was 2 years ago. was a message to Abby Martin. Abby Martin didn't follow me. Right? She just tweeted about a tweet that was about me. Too late. Rip. What if they don't invite you to their birthday party because you talked them out of turn? Exactly. See, this chatter gets it. This chatter gets it, right? What if they were like, "You're beneath me, scum," and they spit on me, and then they say, "Don't ever talk to me ever again," and then they block me or something. What if that happens, chat? Will you support me then, or will you jump ship? How did the Hassan clap happen then? He DM'd me. He asked me. Well, he didn't ask me. Chat asked for the do-rag stream. And then he DM'd me at the Stream Awards. He said we can still do the do-rag stream. That's what it was. And then he asked me when I was leaving. So he did the entire thing. He set the entire thing up. And I'll let you know now, chat. I'll let you know now. No shot was I going to DM him afterwards. Crazy poll. What's the poll? If Hassan didn't DM me, like it wasn't gonna happen. It was not gonna happen. I'm letting you know that now. It's kind of crazy. Too late just to say thank you for the follow, but now you have carte blanche to DM them for things. Shooters shoot. You can't score if you don't shoot. Yeah, but you also can't miss if you don't shoot either. You know? This is random, but I was from the last majority report raid and stayed and follow. I couldn't say anything when you asked because you had to be following for these 30 minutes or chat or something to chat. So we didn't leave. We just couldn't respond to you. Oh. Also, Katie, you can turn that back down to 10 minutes. Well, welcome in, chatter. Thank you. Just ask me if you can interview them. I don't know if they would be down to interview. That's like a bigger ask, in my opinion. I show up for everyone else's celebrations. I get routinely depressed surrounding my own achievements or events because no one shows up. It took me until 29 to realize that other people just say they want a birthday party or something, or ask people to celebrate with them. I thought it had to be organic or it was gross. I haven't celebrated my birthday for like with friends for like 7 years, I think 7 to 8 years. Mostly because I just have a fear of rejection and people be like, "No, I'm busy" or whatever. Also, it's not the biggest deal in the world, you know. I hang out with my family though. That's fine. My family just does stuff. They're like, "We're gonna go out to eat. What do you want to eat?" I'm like, "I don't care." And they're like, "Cool, we're gonna go to this place." I'm like, "Cool." That's it. That's what happens. Poll's almost tied. It's winning. I am normal. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. I am normal. You all are not normal. Good day. I'm sprung. Dogs, you got me. Anyway, any final thoughts, chat? No, it's the lead. I love lead in my jewel pods. Got me doing things I never do. Doing things I never do. I'm strong. Get therapy. You want us to ask Maya for you? No, that's even worse, chat. That's like in middle school being like, "Hey, can you tell Rebecca that I have a crush on her?" Like, doing that after middle school. That's the now. Send your strongest mod. All of my mods are equally weak. So, well, you gotta try something. Do I? I could just not, you know? How many subs for you to DM anyone chat chooses? anyone? Okay, does chat choose the message? Or just the recipient? No? Denzel Curry? Yeah, I just DM'd Denzel Curry. Recipient? $3,000. 3,000 subs. No won the poll. Oh, there was a split vote. That's not fair. Ranked choice voting. It didn't get over 50%. It's a runoff election. Mine's do a runoff. Just yes or no. Yes, next Steph Curry. Honestly, I'll DM Steph Curry. He's not going to respond, so it doesn't matter. You know? DM Kevin Abstract? Yeah. Wait, does Kevin Abstract follow me? Let's see. I'm sprung. Dog, she got me. Got me doing things I never do. No. Kevin Abstract does not follow me. To be fair, I don't follow him either. Have you DM'd Love again for a 30-hour stream? No, Chad, I was lying to you. I don't have anything else to add, chat. I'm being real. I don't have much else to add. I'm scared to leave. Well, you gotta go. You ain't gotta go home, but you can't stay here. His name was Valorant, now this. We can play a game of League of Legends. If you really want, we can play a game of League of Legends. It's either League of Legends or stream ends. That's the only answer. Who'll take it is crazy. Sprung. Oh, also, did y'all see the discourse about the? I brought this up yesterday as well at the same time. Did y'all see the freaking minimum wage discourse? It's still continuing. Bro. Night Rain played? I can't commit to a game of Night Rain. It takes too much brain power. At least with League of Legends, I can just turn my brain off, and if I lose, I lose. Did you talk about it? I did, but it's still going. What do you mean that it's imperialist to advocate for a higher minimum wage? They're saying like, oh, if you in the West get a higher minimum wage, you're just getting more money for capitalists to take. Number one, let's take number one. And number two, it's like you're already making more money than everybody in the global South is at like $50,000. So you should be happy with that. Number 2. And number 3 is if you raise the minimum wage, capitalists will then raise prices, which then hurts working class people. Therefore, raising the minimum wage is anti-worker. You still on YouTube up, by the way? Probably not. All right, YouTube. Thanks for being here. I'm gonna catch y'all on the flippy. Adios.